Good morning, chat. We are currently gapped up on the NASDAQ 300 points from yesterday's close. Yesterday's close was at 23,480. We are currently sitting at 23,768. Absolutely insane. NQ futures are sitting up 1.21%. ES futures are up 0.85% before market open. Bitcoin staying up 0.25%. ETH is down 0.3%. Sol is down 0.4%. XRP is down 0.4%. We have some news before market begins. Trump tweeted 8 hours ago, wow, Canada has just announced that it is backing statehood for Palestine. That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. Oh, Canada. And then China is ramping stuff up as well. Also, Canada could become largest LNG export to Asia. Where is this China news? China pauses U.S. bound company investment amid trade war. So that's something to keep in mind. We have very positive data this morning. Very positive data. 8:30 a.m. data came out. U.S. PCE price index year over year came in positive 2.6%. Expected to be 2.5%. Very positive data. The index month over month came in as expected. Positive initial jobless claims. Positive core year over year as expected for month over month. Little negative consumer spending, but this positive data overwhelms that by a large majority. U.S. personal income month over month positive. Employment costs positive. Continued jobless claims positive. Next news on the docket is at 9:45 a.m. EST, 15 minutes in the market open, the 15-minute opening range. The NASDAQ is tanking down before market begins in 1 minute, chat. So U.S. Chicago PMI, very, very, very crucial. We are gapped up 300 points. 300 points we're gapped up. We have the U.S. 4-week bill at 11:30, 1 p.m. White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt, and then 4 p.m. after market closes, Trump signing executive orders. Amazon, Apple earnings after market today as well. Very crucial, this NQ 30-minute, this range right here. It's probably going to tap this range, maybe bounce it on it as support. Could go up to start on the market. Market starting in 3, 2, 1. Market is open. Okay, it's wicking down, wicking down, wicking down. Remember, we are gapped up. Taking too long. It was too long. Very risky. It's gapped up a lot. Could keep sinking. Could keep flashing out. Betting off a bounce of this trend line. Could wick a lower. Little lower. Could wick down 200. Playing the extremes. And with 4 contracts long. Wicking down with very high volatility. You gotta be careful. And with 7 contracts. We're putting a risk on. We're not waiting for the 15-minute opening range. We're looking for a bounce, not getting it. We're gonna have to step it up. And with 4 more, and with 11 contracts, down 2,000. This counts at risk. About to be blown. 400 away, 400 away. A little bounce. We will be stepping in another count. This count's about to be blown. How is it not blown yet? It's blown. Little delay. Next count, next count, next count. And with 2 contracts long, need to shrink this. Down 200, down 300, down 400. And with 2 more. And with 4 contracts long, looking for a bounce, looking for a bounce. May not get it. Fell back into the range, may just keep tanking. Could just waterfall down. We are gapped up still, 200 points. We're playing the extremes, playing the extremes. Down 400, down 500, down 600, down 1,000. We're putting risk on. Down 13 points. Starting off hot. And with 4 more, and with 8 contracts long, looking for a bounce, looking for a bounce. Not getting anything. If this count blows, we will cool down and probably wait for the 15-minute opening range. Only 2 minutes in the market open. We've already blown a count. Putting risk on today. There is heavy, heavy volatility down. $1,000 away from blowing. Trying to bounce. There's a lot of selling pressure. Nvidia's up 1.5%, getting a little bounce, down 600. Google's down 2%. Meta's up 11%. Going against it for now. NQ is bouncing off a pretty crucial pivot point. Also, the NQ 30-minute rejected the VWAP. ES is getting a bounce. We're up 20, up 100. 8 contracts long. Up 500, up 600. Looking for more of a bounce. It may just keep waterfalling down. Does not have the bounce. So gapped up 200 points. 200 points from yesterday's close. Trying to bounce, trying to bounce. ATR is at 16. The volatility index is at 15.28. We're getting a bounce up 500, up 1,000, up 1,300. Looking for a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. A little more bounce. Taking 4 off. Looking for a little more. I don't know if we'll get it, Chad. Don't know if we'll get it. Up 1,700, up 1,800. Taking 2 more. We'll ride 2. We'll trail 2 up.
Order submitted.
About to be stopped out. Couple points away from being stopped out. Very weak to start. ES is bouncing. This has some chance. We're stopped out. Made 1,250. Lost 1 account. We're going to scale back and wait for this 15-minute opening range. 10 minutes until the 15-minute opening range. I expected a bounce on that top range. It just wicked and rejected right back into it. Fell to this pivot point on the NQ 30-minute. This turquoise cyan pivot point. Fell, bounced. Not bad. Let me rotate. Luckily, it worked right into the strategy. I sacrificed a low value count to get a very high value count. Closer and closer. Looks like we're going to keep falling. Made like 20 points there. It's not bad. Sold 6 contracts. Row 2. May prop up. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Starting off hot, chat. We're starting off hot. Hot and spicy, hot and spicy. You guys are new here. If you're liking the trading, raw, real, transparent trading, smash the like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell after you subscribe. You know when I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST trading the market. We're flushing down even lower. We have that pivot point to the downside. Pivot point at 23,606. That other trend line is in line with 23,622. Pivot point below that, 23,579. ES is flushing down. Microsoft jumps 8.2% to surpass 4 trillion in market value. ICE executive a resolution to tariff and trade discussions are going to continue to create a long tailwind for the growth of natural gas globally. Man, it's been very volatile to start. Very volatile. Thanks, man. Gapper. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's up, account? What's up, funny? What's up, Gapper? What's up, Deb? What's up, Square? Dumb. Tom. Hard and fast. Did you catch that down? No, I did not. I went against it. Is that you making? That is correct. Yo, what a day. Used. Hello, Simpson. Everyone, wish you all the best trade day. You too, Funny. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, 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 chat. We have a lot of news to go through. We're just trading for now. When there's a downturn, we'll get into the news. Good job, Legend. That was sick. Shorted at the start. Good job, Legend. Boom, scalp. Let's get it. Yeah, how to sacrifice a low value account for that, though. How to sacrifice a low value account to get the high value account, some money in it. Boom, Scott. Let's get it. Yep. Hello, morning, Robert. What's up, Neffect? When do you tend to make the best trades at market open? Just depends. Just depends. Called it up. Good job, Norman. AV. Hey, bro. Not training today personally, but just here to watch and learn. Appreciate you, AV. Wall Street Journal, Tim Ross. Core PCE inflation is beginning to look no better and by some measures worse than where it was when the Fed started to cut last year. Data did come in positive. We have news in 7 minutes. Very volatile until then. This US Chicago PMI is very important, very crucial. It's expected to come in at 42. Previously, it was 40.4. Very crucial. And a lot of people are just waiting for that. It also coincides with the 15-minute opening range, so it's pretty smart. We are still gapped up. Yesterday's close was at 23,480. 23,480. We are currently at 23,660. Gapped up 180 points. Meta is up 12.6% and rising. 12.6% and rising. Microsoft is up 5.8%. Amazon is up 1.2%. Google is down 1.2%. Tesla's flat. Nvidia coming down but up 1% currently. The Dow is up 0.1%. I had to get something on my off my screen. The chat was just glowing with emojis. I needed that off. Have a great day, Chris. Appreciate it, Toby. Appreciate you guys. Gonna be a pretty good day. A lot of opportunity here. This PMI should bring some opportunity. Going short there was definitely the better option. Going short at pre-market, a little before open, once it lost that VWAP. My initial plan was to wait for it to spike up, then short at VWAP. It just kept tanking down. So instead, I switched bias, and I was bullish. Believe it or not, I was a little bullish. I thought it was going to fake up for a little bit and then have a hard plummet. I was looking to catch that short early, but decided to flip since it cut loose, showed no signs of reversal, and I was expecting a little bounce, 20, 30, 40 points off that trend line, the top trend line on the NQ 30-minute chart right here. But didn't get it, just flushed straight through. So we ended up blowing a count and then got a bounce off the crucial cyan pivot point, 23,655. Ended up profiting 1,250. Not as much as I wanted, but it's good enough. It's also in a high value count. The one I blew was not that high value account, so it's fine. I usually start out, if you guys notice, I start trading with the lowest value account I have. Usually. Very rarely do I put a decent value count or a high value count. Very rarely. Only if I really love the news, if I'm really dialed into the news, if I really like where the price is at, how the market's moving. I think they're trying to fake in longs. I think they're going to keep dipping. Let me zoom out and move this 200 SMA up. 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart at 23,543. Let's put it there. Actually, let's put above. Go here. VWAP, NQ 30-minute VWAP is at 23,748. Put it there. It does look like we're going to get a bounce. I do not trust it. ES created a lower low, NQ created a low low. We can hold that pivot point. So far, it's holding that pivot point. Now it's starting to reject 23,654. Very key pivot point. Let me draw it. What's up, Ash? Adrius. I might long closer to 23,650. Good luck, legend. Good luck with that. Wake down Thursday. Hey. Appreciate it, Stunner. Appreciate you guys. Dipping down, dipping down. What account am I in? All right. Trying to bounce on that trend line, the bottom trend line on that NQ 30-minute. Bottom trend line in the range. I think it's going to break in and wick through a little bit, then reclaim. Kind of this sentence I'm holding. Tesla's coming up. Nvidia's coming up. Google's a little down. QCOM is down 3.4% after earnings. Trying to bounce, Chad. Trying to bounce. News dropped. News is dropped right now. Waiting for it. US Chicago PMI. Coming out any second. Be careful. Waking up a little bit. US Chicago PMI actual 47.1. Forecast to be 42. Previously it was 40.4. Very positive news. Very positive news. Been very good data today. Very good data. Trying to wick down even more. Remember, we have that pivot point to the downside, 20,606. Very key, crucial pivot point at 23,654. We're wicking below the trend line. I think we're going to come down and wick through a little bit. Go to this NQ 30-minute 100 MA. Very volatile start. Very volatile start. I don't mind it though. NQ futures are sitting up 0.6%. ES futures are sitting up 0.55%. The dollar is up 0.15%. The VIX is starting to tick up. Google's down 1.6%. Next news is 10:30 a.m. EST EIA natural gas change BCF. Not really usually a market mover, but we'll see. ES is trying to bounce. I think with all this positive data, they're just going to keep waking this down for a bit and then possibly do a V-shaped recovery. Has a lot to get through, maybe not a full one. Getting a bounce. Watching for a while now, trying to learn. Basically, you want to short stock on black candle and long on yellow, correct? Basically, betting on whether the stock goes up or down. Dumbed down version. That is a pretty dumbed down synopsis. You're basically using an amalgamation of indicators, pattern recognition from trading over years and just understanding the patterns, understanding where the support resistance are most of the time, and sometimes it doesn't respect that if news is too good or too bad. Understanding and reading the long-term data on the economics of the chart. As we just stated, the PCE came out good. The Chicago PMI just came out good. The Fed did not cut the rate. So a lot of things coming together. The tariff wars going back and forth. Canada, like I said, Trump putting pressure on them because they back Palestine as a state. And then China blocking the US investment earlier this morning. So you have to really keep up with the news and know where it's going to go. Tesla flipping red. ES trying to bounce. I may throw two if it breaks this pivot point. May throw two contracts above this pivot point. I think it still has some downside though. I'll do it. Throwing two contracts in long. I'm gonna put a stop. If I can get it quick enough. Stop right at that wick. 13-point stop. Nothing crazy. Starting to reject that pivot point. If it goes again, we'll get back in it once we're stopped out. ES is pulling back. We're about to be stopped. And 1 point away, stopped out. Down 600 in that account now. Fine. Could have waited for the other wick, but you really can't wait. You can't wait when you're in a situation like this. Even though I thought it was going down, Tesla coming up. And the wick is probably going to be very violent to the upside. So if you waited for the second candle, you were likely to miss it if it actually went. ES is trying to go. You may try it again. I still think it has downside potential. That's why I'm putting stops. Taking it again.
Order submitted.
Same stop. Gonna be like 550 loss. Entry was a little better. Up 100. We want this to wake to the 21 EMA. The ES to go to the VWAP as well. Again, there is downside pressure, so we may lose this trade again. We'll be down like 1200 and draw down. It's not that big a deal. It's worth the risk. This is a key pivot point. It's testing it again, and it lost it again.
Order filled.
Alright, we're done with longs for a while. Could short here off the rejection of that pivot point twice now. Open range. Draw a fib. It's gonna wake up. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. Try it twice. Not gonna get burned a third time, even though it's gonna go. Gonna go straight to the 20, man. There it goes. Well, I usually don't mess around with stops, but I had the conviction that it was still downtrending a little bit. Honestly thought it was gonna pull down a little more. ES about to tap the VWAP. Trump tweeted 2 hours ago from Truth Social. Jerome too late pal has done it again. He is too late and actually too angry, too stupid, and too political to have the job of Fed chair. He is costing our country trillions of dollars. In addition to one of the most incompetent and corrupt renovations of a buildings in history of construction. Put another way, too late is a total loser, and our country is paying the price. The fastest way to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is for Hamas to surrender and release the hostages. 1 hour ago, Trump tweeted, "Congratulations to Brown University on the settlement made with the United States government. There will be no more anti-Semitism or anti-Christian or anti-anything else. Woke is officially dead at Brown. Thank you for your attention to this matter." And it's going right where we knew it was going to. No missed opportunity, only the next. But I should have went in with regular strategy. Trade would have paid very well. Hello, bro. How are you, my friend? Good, Shabam. Good. Tom, yo, Chris. I short at the top of the market with a 6-tap model setup. I got out 9:20 a.m. at 7.7 for 2K. I could have made 15K today if I held rip. No missed opportunity, only the next. And yeah, I usually don't trade pre-market. Sometimes I do stream when the news is piled up, like this PCE. I did it a couple times, but not today. I checked again, and we had a bigger 6-taps model form on the 5-minute, and the setup I took was a 1-minute setup within the bigger setup. If I saw it, I would have held to 7.17. I think I would have coped 8.5K instead. Hey, at least you're profitable. Hey, boom. Hi, what's up, Akan? If Trump talking about Powell drops the market, if Powell is breathing, the market drops. What does the market want? True. Shabam. Market went right where we knew it would. Now, where's it gonna go? NQ tapped the 20 May. ES is tapping the VWAP, trying to climb. Tesla flipping red. Nvidia is now at 1.5%. Meta trying to hold but coming down slightly. Is up 12% for the day. Microsoft's up 5%. And Q trying to stay above that 50% fib level. ES trying to climb above the VWAP. ES getting close to doing a V-shaped recovery. NQ not even close. We are still gapped up 200 points. We're gapped up 200 points from yesterday's close, 23,480. It's above the 50% fib, trying to get above the 20 MA. ES is above the VWAP, testing the 100 MA, 200 SMA. What's up, NFT? I haven't made analysis further, but I was thinking a V-shaped recovery was somewhat possible at least. Back to the 1 or 2 minute orb, opening range breakout, yeah. Possibly. Bitcoin's now up 0.67%. Fitch rating US banks are to face fewer operating and profitable headwinds given recent policy reversals. Okay. Yes, tapping the 200 SMA, rejecting slightly. NQ 30 minute VWAP at 23,737. It's already been 30 minutes, chat. Insane. Good morning, Christian. Good morning, good morning. Norman put a buy order in at 30, walked away, and really lost out. Sucks to hear, Norman. Everyone tuning in, don't forget to drop a like button and double tap your screen. Appreciate it, Tom. Legend, I missed my long first day of school for my little ones, and I'm a single dad. Busy. Hey, priorities, Legend. No missed opportunities, only the next one. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. NQ is starting to reject the 50% fib. ES rejecting 200 SMA, tapping the VWAP as we speak. On to the next one. Tagging for a Trump tweet. ES is trying to come above the VWAP. Unsure about it. Oh boy. Tesla's coming up. ES trying to bounce. ES is still above the VWAP, but it's struggling. It's starting to pull back a little bit. Nvidia's coming up. Trying to stay patient. It was too long.
Order submitted.
Gonna put a stop right below the 50% fib. Pretty tight stop, 8 points. I want it to go or I don't want it. ES is above the VWAP. I like how the indicators are rounding up. I like the NQ5 minute, even though that bearish wick on the red candle getting above the 50% fib. So I'm taking a touch at it. We'll be down like 300, 320, no big deal. Getting close to stopping out. I'm not going to add to it, even though I probably should. And stopped out. Well, that's twice I put my stops right where the market went and then it started rising. Okay, so I gotta adapt or I'm gonna get killed today. Kremlin, Russia, and US trade indeed almost at zero. Kremlin, BRICS and isn't anti-America. Kremlin, Russia, US trade shouldn't be next to zero. Shorting it and with 2 contracts short. Could be faking, but I'm gonna do it. Market's weak. I'm putting it right above the 21 EMA. It'll probably wick up, stop me out, but the ES is rejecting the VWAP. NQ5 minute has pretty bearish wicks. Okay, now I'm lessening loss. I'm moving it right above the 50% retracement on the fib. This is the same account. We're up 100, 200, 400, 2 contracts short. I want this to flush down. Very key pivot point. Very key pivot point at 23,654. Very crucial, very key. What is this going to do? NQ just created a lower high. Is it just going to consolidate, slowly grind down, then wick up? Could have a massive wick up. ES is rejecting the VWAP though. So, just gotta see, chat. Just gotta see. Starting to come up. May wick up. Stop us out. Giving it some time. NQ5 minutes starting to round up. ES trying to break back into the VWAP. May have got manipulated in. Possibility. I want this to fall. Moving it break even. Risk-free trade. Don't like how bullish it's getting. I want this to drop now. ES is reclaiming the VWAP. We're going to be stopped out at least break even. Boom, boom, boom. Couple points away. ES is above the VWAP, so this is likely going to go up.
Order filled.
And stopped. Okay. Waking up, waking up. Gotta be real patient today. A lot of manipulation, very high volatility. I was going to instantly flip long, but I think they're manipulating it back and forth. Just liquidating longs and shorts. In theory, this should V-shape recover just like the ES did. ES is getting above the VWAP. 100 MA still has a 200 SMA to get above. Break even trade. Tom says you want that bullish fair value gap to inverse to keep bear trade alive. Might see it drop a little bit, but I'm thinking it could eventually hit around 747. Yeah, that would be pretty close to the V-shaped recovery. I do think it's going to go there. I thought it was going to hit that pivot point though. ES is V-shaped recovered, so NQ likely going to V-shaped recovery. There's a lot of manipulation though. A lot. Appreciate the file. Okay, man. Appreciate you. I'm on Ninja Trader. Ninja Trader. Alright, there's a lot of coil behind this. This could wake up very hot, very hard, and very fast. Very hard, very fast. It's above the 20 MA, above the 50% fib. ES is tapping the VWAP again. Don't know, Chad. Don't know. Yes, working through the VWAP again. Consolidating here, coiling up. I think we're gonna they're either doing long manipulation and they're going to drop this hard. We are gapped up to our points, but I'm kind of getting bullish. Even though Tesla's dropping, Meta's still coming up. The more coils here, the more consolidates. The ES is getting above the VWAP for the third time, fourth time. I'm undecided, so I'm not taking action. True, we need a gapper with the prediction. So far, ES is rejecting the VWAP. All right. See how it reacts to the pivot point. Thank you, 5 minute coming down. So they were manipulating it up. Rejecting that pivot point. Low of day at 22,609. Yesterday's close, we are gapped up. 130 points. 130 points were gapped up from yesterday's close at 23,480. I hate TradingView because there's no movable take profit and stop. I haven't used TradingView in a couple months, but I remember being able to move the stop. I don't remember any problem with that. NinjaTrader and TradingView are owned by the same company. Doesn't mean the software is 100% the same, but I don't remember that issue. I forget if I moved it with the right click of the mouse or if I dragged it. Can't remember. Or I think I had to type it in manually and then hit enter or something like that. I don't know. Can't remember. Setting, but 62.59 Dream City, right? I don't know what you mean, Norman. I don't know if you're talking to me. What platform? Yep. NinjaTrader. So far, that pivot point's holding. Meta coming down a little bit. Nvidia holding. Volatility is coming down a little bit. ES tapped the VWAP. ES tapped the VWAP. Trying to come down. It's about to tap it again. It's slowly grinding down. Let's see. Draw some trend lines. Nvidia's coming down. Google now down 1.15%. Meta's coming down. Market's trading like it's waiting on news or something. I don't see any. Do you long-term hold like 8 months or 1 year hold, or you just hit the futures on day trades? For now, I'm just day trading. There is a trend line from 5-minute lows that run right above current price action. Also, the trend line is near the bottom of the 1-minute orb, so it's bouncing bearish off both of those confluences. Definitely overall bearish today. Even though it's gapped up, it's starting out bearish. Even though we're up 0.8%, most people look at this and the trading, I should say the market's bullish today. It is up 0.8% on the S&P 500 regular, NASDAQ regular. But trading wise, it's a downtrend right now. We're downtrending. We were gapped up 300 points. Now we're only gapped up 180. Just trying to stay patient. No FOMO, no overtrading. Started off hot. Trying to just cool down a bit. Trying to really see what the ES wants to do. Man, they're either doing some crazy manipulation, pulling this up, making people think it's going to go up, and just liquidating all the longs, or they're going to wick this up. I have not decided. I just know the move is going to be so volatile. I just feel it coming. Yes, it's getting above the VWAP. Tesla is down 0.5%. Meta taking up. Nvidia taking up. Staying patient, staying patient. Yes. Manipulation down, maybe. ES is flushing below the VWAP. I think it's manipulation. They're going to send this up. Nvidia starting to take down a little bit. Things are starting to get a little volatile. Percentages are moving quicker. Nvidia taking up. ATR at 23. ES trying to reject. I think it's manipulation, but it's rejecting the VWAP right now. Nvidia is taking a little down. We'll see. And Q flushing down, tapping that support range trend line. If it breaks this pivot point, it's not good. This is a key pivot point, 23,654. Very key pivot point. ES is flushing down from the VWAP. Nvidia is coming lower. Meta starting to come lower. Apple flipping red. Netflix is now 0.8%. Yeah, they're about to flush down. Yep, Nvidia coming lower. Low of day at 23,609. Yesterday's close at 23,480. They didn't reclaim this pivot point quick. We may still have some bullish potential, but for now, it rejected that pivot point, which is very bearish. Thank you 5 minute, very bearish. Thank you 30 minute, very bearish. Play up the chart a little bit. Flushing down. There are opportunities to come, chat. You just gotta stay patient and wait for them. About to tap that pivot point. Crypto Fear and Greed Index came out 72 out of 100 greed. Fear and Greed Index for the stock market came out 66 out of 100 greed. This was yesterday's synopsis. Basically, market slip as Fed holds rate steady and Powell dampens hopes for September cut. Wall Street hopes that the Federal Reserve would signal imminent rate cuts, where most dashed Wednesday, with stocks and bonds falling to cap and otherwise strong month for risk assessment. Microsoft and Meta platform both jumped in late hours following their earnings. An initial claim investors' reaction was broken when Fed Chair Jerome Powell stated that no decision on easy policy has been made for September. The U.S. labor market looks solid, he said, while inflation remains above target. Statements that traders interpreted as undermining the case for an impending rate cut. Let's keep reading those. The S&P 500 fell 0.1% as equities reversed gains. U.S. two-year yields rose 7 basis points to 3.93%, while the coordinated pullback in stocks and bonds appeared mild. It was the worst Fed day since December. The dollar rose for the 5th consecutive session, its longest advance since February. Copper fell as Trump's tariffs excluded refined metals. While Trump has pushed for an immediate rate cut, investors and risk assessment have largely reduced their expectations of a Fed pivot anytime soon. Instead, they're banking on strong economic growth and AI-driven earnings boom, and the belief that tariffs will only cause manageable goods inflation while keeping services inflation under control. Even though the decline in stocks and bonds reflected revisions in the market expectations, Powell made another deliberate effort in portraying the central bank as being in a good position to access the economy as it develops, even as he and the Fed indicated a slight slowdown in growth. Powell repeatedly stated that policymakers have plenty of time to assess the impact of Trump's evolving tariff policy and other data in the future. The Federal Open Market Committee voted 9-2 on Wednesday to keep the benchmark federal fund rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, as it has all of its meanings this year. Governors Christopher Waller and Michael Baumann voted against the decision, favoring a quarter point cut. Reasonable people. That's what I expected. Money markets have reduced their expectations for a rate cut this year, with traders now seeing less than a 50% chance of one in September. The odds of a reduction in October have dropped to around 85%, whereas it was fully priced in before Powell spoke. Jerome Powell. U.S. employers increased hiring in July, though the pace was consistent with a weaker labor demand. ADP research data showed that the private sector payrolls increased by 104,000. The median economist estimate was for a 76,000 gain. The Bureau of Labor Statistics July employment report, which includes government positions is expected to show that job growth moderate while unemployment increased. Inflation adjusted GDP, which measures the value of goods and services produced in the United States, increased by an annualized 3% in the second quarter, according to a preliminary government data released Wednesday. Despite the strong pace, economic growth averaged 1.25% in the first half, a percentage point lower than the pace for 2024. So far, it's rejected that pivot point at 23,654. Remember, we have that low of day at 23,609, pivot point right below that at 606, and then the 200 SMA around 23,549. 200 simple moving average for the NQ 30 minute. Trying to bounce is trying to bounce. We'll see. 1 minute and 30 seconds till the 10:30 a.m. EIA natural gas change. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Usually doesn't affect the market, but we'll see what it does. Meta's holding at 12%. It's pretty impressive. If the video starts taking up, this could get interesting. It has a lot to get through to the upside, chat. It has a lot to get through. That pivot point, the support range that now is flipped to resistance. Has a lot to get through, chat. And we're still gapped up 180 points. I'm just starting day trading, been practicing and trading here and there for the last few years, but I enjoy 8 months to 1 year holds. My number one hold right now is BBAI. Do you have a bag there? No, I do not. Sorry, bro, if you answered my question, I got caught up in a phone call. You East Coast, West Coast, Northern or Southern? East Coast. You're good, bro. Appreciate you, Crowned. Appreciate you. The gap is not closed, Euro. Yesterday's close is at 20,480. We have not even touched anywhere near that. Currently gapped up 180 points. Sometimes that's just an indicator to use. You got to use every indicator at your disposal. Just one to look at. EIA natural gas change BCF came out a low negative 48 billion, expected to be 41 billion. Previously it was 23 billion. Just a little negative.
Order filled.
And with 2 contracts long, we'll see. Down 100. It has a lot to get through. Down 200. 2 contracts long. Down 300. Has to get through that pivot point. Nvidia was coming up, now coming down. ES was coming up, now got slapped down. Down 400. We're getting tapped down. R size above that May though. Has potential. Video's coming down. Getting volatile.
Order
I'm in with
filled.
4 contracts long. I'm liking it. Could have been manipulated in, but I'm liking it. Could be wrong. It is starting to flip a little bearish, but I'm liking the indicators, how they're rounding up. Down 900, down 1,000. High risk trade. It gets above that pivot point. We're looking good though. It's a very key pivot point. We just need Nvidia to come up. Let's flush it down a little bit. Down 1,200, down 1,300, 4 contracts long. Was trying to wait to add 2, but I liked how everything was rounding. It has to bounce right here. Has to bounce right here, or it's going to flush down hard. Definitely better to be on the short side of this, but a little potential. Flushing down.
Order filled.
In with 8 more contracts, in with 12. I want to bounce on this pivot point, may not get it. Need to step up the contracts. Get this little bounce, get out. Very close to flushing low, probably will do it. This count probably will blow. There it goes. And
Order
literally,
filled.
and blown. Took a chance, didn't put a stop. I'm done putting stops on today. Atlanta Fed GDP now, Q3 GDP estimate 2.34%. Estimates 0.88%. Next news on the docket is in 1 hour. 1 hour, 11:30 a.m. US 4 bill. After that, 1 p.m. White House press briefing. Boom, boom, boom. Starting to think maybe I missed something. I gotta go back in the news. Hold on. Earnings beautiful, little cool off. Trump reached trade deal with South Korea. They will buy 100 billion of LNG. Trump to impose 15% tariff on goods from South Korea. Deal is that South Korea will give the US $350 billion for investment owned and controlled by the US. US won't be charged a tariff by South Korea. US Challenger layouts actual 62,000. Previously it was 47,000. A lot of tariffs are being put on tomorrow. Maybe I'm not taking that into account. It's just downtrending for now. US 30-minute VWAP is at 23,713. I'm just reading the chart wrong. Not taking into account the tariff news, the negative news, not cutting rates yesterday. We had very good data yesterday, including today, but the market does not have to continue to go up. It already hit the 50% fib retracement from the pullback. It pulled back around 200 points, around 200 points for pre-market. And then it waked up 100 points. This low is at 23,600 basically, and it went up to 23,700. It tapped the 50% fib on the retracement. Does not have to go up any further. I just got manipulated and didn't read the chart right. Kept going in long when it broke key pivot points. That's all that happened here. Bad execution. It's fine. We'll get back. US tells the UN Security Council Trump has made it clear a deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine must be done by August 8th. Trump's really putting pressure. Really putting pressure. So far, that pivot point's holding 23,606. The 200 SMA, I believe it's at 64. No, it's at 45. 200 SMA is at this pivot point right here, 23,545. And you 30-minute 200 SMA. Looks like it's going to continue down at least briefly. ES 1 minute getting below that main inside the RSI. Quick scalp to maybe a 651. Stop at break even. Good job, Mark. Taking a little bit off the pop up. I might add if it comes back down. Holds. Good job, Mark. What's up, Akash? Do you think it might come back up? I don't know. Bonnie, what's up? What's up? What's up? Looking to get long here at the bottom. Hey, Chris, how's it going, man? Long time since the last time I traded with you. How's everything going? You guys are not trading with me. You're just watching, learning, being entertained. And this is for entertainment, educational purpose only. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I do or say is financial advice. Hold your own conviction. Do not follow me. As you can see, we are very negative today. 2 accounts blown, 1 negative $1,000. But we so basically just 2 accounts blown. Because we're down 1,000 in one account, but we're up 1,250 in another. So they negate each other. So 2 accounts blown. Not a big deal. They weren't high value either, so it's fine. Man, I really read market wrong today. I'm not going to dwell on this. There are no missed opportunities on the next, but I know a lot of you want the explanations of my trading. I really read the market wrong today. I thought we would start going up, at least just consolidating around the VWAP, then they would take it down hard. They just started out the gate just ripping it hard down, especially in pre-market. They started in pre-market and continued when market opened. Ripped down 200 points, then it went up 100 points, consolidated a little bit, and then is now trending down. I expected them to come up, I'm not gonna lie to you. So VWAP, NQ 30-minute VWAP was low here. I expected them, they were down here before market open. I expected them to come up, test that. We were gonna get short right here, a little above these consolidation, this pivot point right here. We were gonna get short there. And understand that account may blow because they might want to push the pre-market high at 23,845. That's the consensus I was holding. And just did the total opposite, just full tank down. Is what it is. Can't get it right 100% of the time. Running through the pivot point. About to tap the low of day, create a new one. I feel bad for not saying something sooner. I don't know what you're talking about, Tom. March trading like it's waiting on news or something. I don't see. Turo, it's just yesterday's close. What yesterday closed at? What the stock market, the NQ futures, what the NASDAQ future indices closed. That price point, the price it closed at, and what it's at now, that's the gap. Yeah, I think they're slowly taking profit off that 300 point buy up overnight. Yeah. Expected them to manipulate it, not like this. Making money, looking for the bottom. Good job, Norman. Solid. Solid adjustment. I didn't see it until now, sorry, but what you bought was a sweep on the 6-tap model. And if all happened within a bearish fair value gap, yeah, I mean, this time the fair value gap was valid. Another time it won't be. Fine, Tom. Hey, my actions, my decisions are mine and mine alone. I'm 100% accountable. And so should you guys be. Every decision you make is on your shoulders. Be 100% accountable for your decisions. Hey, Chris, how's it going, man? Appreciate it, Mark. Very good, very good. Good to see you, man. Quick scout, maybe. Good luck. Yeah, I've tried extremes. I look for technical oversold areas and try to play bounce. Yeah, pretty much. When it works really well. But I tend to get stopped out for small losses pretty often. Yep. Yep, that happened twice. I know, but I'm on NQ1 and my close was at 1614 yesterday. Was 23,667. But we're just trading different things. The regular NASDAQ closed around. It closed at 23,351 and it's gapped up 130 points right now at 23,483. The NASDAQ futures is currently at 23,590. Yesterday's close was at 23,480. I'm on the NQ1 exclamation point, the NASDAQ futures. NASDAQ 100 E-mini futures. CME. What is silver at? Silver's down 50 cents today. Gold is up $25 an ounce today. Silver staying at $36.73 an ounce. So the Asian market tech earnings fuel U.S. Europe rallies as markets digest trade news. Stocks looked set to rise in the U.S. and Europe as upbeat earnings from mega cap technology companies bolstered optimism over resilient corporate profits. The dollar gave up some gains made after the Federal Reserve held benchmark interest rates. Futures for the S&P 500 rose 1%, and those for the NASDAQ 100 gained 1.4% as Microsoft and Meta surged. In after-hours trading, contracts for Europe advanced while Asian shares retreated 0.2% with losses in South Korea and India. Japanese equities rose 1% and the yen held. The yen held against the dollar as the Bank of Japan left rates unchanged. Copper prices were little changed on the London Metal Exchange Thursday, following a collapse in the New York after U.S. President Donald Trump shocked the metals world by exempting the most widely traded forms of copper from his hotly anticipated import tariffs. Investors are navigating a barrage of headlines from trade tensions and central bank decisions to a wave of corporate earnings. Treasuries declined and the dollars gained Wednesday as markets dialed back bets on a September rate cut. Significant trade development in India, South Korea, and Canada also drew attention ahead of August 1st trade deadline, adding to a mix. Mega cap tech firms delivered stellar earnings. In Japan, the yen held its gain after the BOJ kept its benchmark rate unchanged while boosting its inflation outlook. The BOJ kept the overnight call rate at 0.5% at the end of the two-day policy meeting in a unanimous vote, according to the statement Thursday. All 56 surveyed economists forecast the decision. NQ 30-minute 200 SMA. The 200-day period simple moving average is at 23,545 at this pivot point. Let's just remove all trend lines for now. Maybe this. Nah. This could be just a day. It just continues to go down, chat. Just slow grind down all day. Could do it the entire market till close. Some consolidation here and there. Some instances of a long potential. Slowly grind down all day. It did it vice versa for the long a couple weeks ago. Like 3 weeks ago, had a day it just grinded up and with no pullback until market close. Maverick, when is Sol going to 200? My guess, my best guess, probably within a couple months, 3 to 6 months, but that's just my personal opinion and just a random guess. Has no backing whatsoever, and hold your own conviction, my friend. If I had to speculate, allegedly in a couple months. Who knows? Back in long. Good luck, Mark. Tom said, I have 4 models, TF Orb, 6 tap model, 2 minute and 4 hour DOL, and fair value gap inverse. And sometimes I wait for price to come back to the inverse, then enter. Okay. Everyone has their own strategy, own amalgamation of indicators. Okay, I think this might be the one that usually works really well when there's a big capitulation to the downside. I got about like 2 more trades in me before I call it a day. It has not been an easy day, Mark. Has not been an easy day. Got to persevere through resistance, though. There are going to be other opportunities. We're only an hour and 20 minutes in the market. Going to be other opportunities. A lot of sell side liquidity. Yes, there is. Celestial. Yes, there is. Bring it on down. Oh, Gapper has rubbed the crystal ball. Gapper has rubbed the crystal ball, my friends. It is just water falling down, chat. Water falling down. I don't even want to try long. I really don't. Ugh. Nvidia is now only up 0.42%. Tesla's down 1.5%. Google is down 2%. Amazon is up 1.1%. Microsoft is up 4.45%. Meta is up 11.45%. Apple is flat, a little negative. Netflix is down 0.9%. MicroStrategy up 2.5%. Palantir is up 0.15%. GME, GameStop is up 0.35%. Costco is up 0.81%. Alibaba is up 2.15%. AveGo is down 1%. AMD is down 0.1%. QCOM is down 5.3%. Adobe is down 0.9%. Voyager Technologies is down 2.93%. ES is coming lower and lower and lower. Bitcoin is up 0.17% on the day currently. ETH is down 0.88%. Sol is down 0.82%. XRP is flat. And NQ futures are up 0.4%. ES futures are up 0.43%. The dollar is down 0.06%. 6%. The Dow flipped red, that now down 0.04%. Russell 2000 is down 0.5% on the day. I have bottom at 22,542. That comes from Giannis. Possibly. What happened, Tom? What happened, Tom? Mess. If I was still holding my short from 803, I'd be up like 230 points. Yeah. It's all hindsight. All hindsight. Oh man, I don't even want to take this. Let me zoom out. Let me zoom out. Oh, this may be filling that gap. We have a gap until 23,479 on the day chart. Usually I take a long here, but I'm not. I'm just not going to do it. Should, when you're very uncertain, that's when the best opportunities are, but no thank you, no thank you. The European market stock surge as AI fueled big tech earnings lift Microsoft towards 4 trillion. Let me just get to the London. Let's see if there's anything. Nope, nothing new. Okay, so that was useless. Okay. Appreciate you guys. Been a rough one to start. It's been a rough one to start. Never know where the day may take us. Never know. Vote on the YouTube polls. Vote on the YouTube polls. Vote on the YouTube polls. Do you think it's gonna come up to that key level pivot point? Key level pivot point at 23,606. Currently getting a bounce on the NQ 30-minute, 200 SMA, 200 simple day moving average. Or do you think it's gonna come down and fill that gap? Fill that gap on the NQ 1-day chart. That 1-day gap fill at 23,479. That also coincides with the yesterday's close on the Nasdaq future indices. Yesterday's close was at 23,480, so it may flush that and then have a bounce. Could have a pump up to 23,625 and then keep going down. ES is trying to bounce. Just so weak, Chad. Don't even want to mess with it. Usually would have been in here, would have been up 20 points, 25 points. Right now, 30 points. But it's not even worth it. Starting to spike up. Starting to get volatile. VIX is coming up. Perhaps I am wrong again. US to sell 73 billion 6-month bill on August 4th to sell on August 7th. US to sell 82 billion 3-month bills on August 4th to settle on August 7th. US to sell 50 billion 52-week bills on August 5th to sell on August 7th. We have that US 4-week bill in 27 minutes at 11:30 a.m. EST, 27 minutes. The next news on the docket after that is at 1 p.m. White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt. Gapper. What's up, King? Long time no see, my friend. Appreciate you. I'm holding this one. I'm in 15 contracts, stop, break even. Either I make all my money back or I'm done for the day. It's a double-edged sword. You got long at 550 and got stopped out. How are you doing, Mark? How are you doing? Did you get stopped out, break even? It's a double-edged sword, man. Like, I don't typically get this big, but because I've already started the day with huge size, I pretty much decent hold to dig myself out of. Yep. That's where I'm at. I could chase losses or slow down and just trade, just fall back to the plan. And I'm deciding to just slow down and fall back to the plan. Trump, Mexico to pay 25% tariff on cars, 50% tariff on steel. Mexico to continue paying a 25% fentanyl tariff. Mexico will continue to pay a 25% fentanyl tariff, 25% tariff on cars, and 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and copper. That comes from Trump's Truth Social right now. Trump Truth Social right now. Trying to hold on to this one to see if the 15-minute RSI crosses back up from the oversold. If it does, I might hold for another 15 minutes and then get out. Surprised you're not stopped out. You said you got in at 550 and have break even. I'm surprised you're not stopped out. Good stuff. Then got in a mega NQ and ES short and the power went out. Oof. Yeah, I know, Gapper. I got smacked Tuesday by selling baked puts. Got caught, but lesson lost to 25%. Then yesterday got in a mega NQ and ES shorts and power went out. Luckily had limited order on ES at 3, but it had to use my phone app to cover NQ. Yeah, technical issues are not good. I hate when it happens. Tom said I lost 5K in one day a while back, but 5 something trades, I don't know. I think I was out of it, to be honest. Oof. Well, I'm back to break even from last night's NQ short debacle. Was down 2100 from that huge surge. Dang, you held from that 300-point gap up. Insane, Giannis. And of course, app had me update and was able to cover the short. You had to update the app too. Oh man, the resistance was strong yesterday, Gapper. Even for me before our biggest trading hour, when the FOMC came out at 2 p.m. EST. Remember, the power died like half hour before that. At like 1:30, the streams went down, and I could have easily just called it, but I decided to push through resistance. Yeah, I tried to front run. The move got stopped out at 550 and then got back in at 552 on the first green 1-minute candle with large volume. Oof. You're really chasing them losses, Mark. Really chasing the losses. Good luck, my friend. Wish you all the best. Gabber said, yeah, yesterday afternoon sucked, but I got lucky. Hey, luck or skill, luck or skill. Gapper, because as soon as I covered the last NQ, all hell broke loose to the upside. Trump tweeted 4 minutes ago, I just concluded a telephone conversation with the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, which was very successful in that more and more we are getting to know and understand each other. The complexities of the deal with Mexico are somewhat different than the other nations, but because of both the problems and assets of the border, we have agreed to extend for a 90-day period the exact same deal as we had for the last short period of time, namely that Mexico will continue to pay 25% fentanyl tariffs, 25% tariffs on cars, 50% tariffs on steel, aluminum, copper. Additionally, Mexico has agreed to immediately terminate its non-tariff barriers, of which there were many. We will be taking to Mexico over the next 90 days with the goal of signing a trade deal somewhere within the 90-day period or longer. Present at the meeting were Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Commerce. He just goes on to name a lot more. There will be continued cooperation on the border as it relates to all aspects of security, including drugs, drug distribution, and illegal immigration into the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The dollar did not like that. Dollar has versus the Mexican peso. Not that bad. Where's the dollar at? Sorry, reject the 200 SMA on that Q. 30-minute. This could be a double bottom and it starts an uptrend here. Or it just continues downtrending for the day. Double bottom here potentially, or continues downtrending. I'm not in a trade right now, Kimoy. Appreciate you. Yeah, today it was pretty much wipe all the last week gains. I didn't get that severe. It's only 2 accounts, but we are still negative this week. The past we were negative, I believe, I can't remember fully, but I believe we were negative like 100, 200, maybe 500, 600 on Monday. We made a couple thousand on Tuesday, then we made 6,000 yesterday, or 5 with the account. We blew 1, so like a little bit. We were getting back to it, but we're still negative. All right, if this flushes down a little further, I'm gonna step into trade. Can't be hesitant, chat. Can't be scared. No fear. NQ 30-minute has rejected the VWAP, both trend lines, key pivot point, and now the 200 SMA. Now it's about to fall down to the 23,480, which is the previous day close. Also the gap fill at 23,479 on the 1-day chart. It's having a little bounce on that 23,050 520 pivot point, 23,520 pivot point. We'll just see. We'll see. QCOM is down 5%, 5.5% on the day. Alibaba's up 2.45%. Google is down 2.4%. Nvidia is still green, but getting close to flipping red. Nvidia is up 0.18%, was up 2% to start the day. JP Morgan CEO Dimon, we should be a little cautious of rate decision. Be a little cautious on rate decision. News in 17 minutes. US 4-week bill. Not that important market wise. Not really going to affect it too much. Quick. Again, this might be a full day of slow grind down, slow consolidation, slow grind down. It may never bounce today. May bounce in the latter half, 11:30, 12:30. May bounce at this key pivot point if it flushes down 40 more points. I think that's where we're heading. Nvidia is flipping red. Scare money don't make money. Exactly. Love a good 20% daily gain. Good job, Crown. Crown, Chris, and I both have over 5. Yeah, a lot to pay attention to. How long have you been trader, Tom? I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I did not expect this either, Mark. Did not expect this either. Market is I'm not reading it well today. It's not reading it well. It's about to get to a key level. Let me see something. Very high risk to long this, just so you guys know. Nvidia is red. Tesla is red. Google is red. Meta's coming down. Very high risk. This is a very high risk trade. Let me make sure I'm not against any news real quick. News in 14 minutes. Again, if you guys were a member, you should have seen my post. I posted yesterday. And that scenario may be playing out. So the insiders got an inside scoop. And I didn't even follow my own advice. Not advice, but it's not advice. It's what I thought might happen and what we had to pay close attention to in the following days. The insiders got the privy info, and that's exactly what's happening right now. And I did not even follow my own synopsis of what I thought was going on with the situation. Appreciate the file, Spa. Appreciate you. ATR 25. also Trump, we'll be watching in a minute, but Trump did an AI summit with, or something with AI press conference with David Sachs earlier. And most of the major medical companies are releasing the medical data of the clients and patients, etc. So AI can study it and find diseases, cures for diseases, etc. Well, that's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. And Q is bouncing. That is not fun. This was our target. 4 points away. I actually wanted a little wick. Now if I loan there, this becomes even higher risk. Because this consolidated went up, now it can come a lot lower. Probabilities are stacking against me. And again, you never have to hit the hotkey. I never have to hit the hotkey again today. I do not have to ever get in a position if I don't want to. So everything is 100% accountable and on yourself. No shot. It did not. Let me draw this real quick. Let me draw it. It's kind of edging closer and closer. Google's now down 2.5%. Amazon's up 1%. MicroStrategy's up 2.5%. Palantir's flipping green. Nvidia back green. That's a little annoying. A little bit. Mexico president, I held a very good phone call with Trump on US tariffs. We got a 90 days to build a long-term deal. We avoided the increase in tariff announcement for Friday. 9 minutes until news. Vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. We are negative. I am personally negative today. Are you profitable, negative, or learning today? Are you profitable, negative, or learning? I want to see where you guys are at. And I love the polls because they're anonymous. A lot of you Ninja watchers can do the poll as well. You trade? No, I do not trade Forex. I do not trade Forex. Amazing. Give it back Thursday has been achieved. Yep. Yep. Yep, Gapper. Yep. I think everyone's getting smoked today. I'm not gonna lie to you. Very few people. And I mean, man, you got really lucky. You got really lucky. I mean, you could have followed the short. This could have bounced so many places though. So it's all hindsight. You may think you read the market correct. I mean, oof. I'm glad someone got it though. Someone is still holding 5 contracts from the top right now. Maybe not in this stream, but someone out there are sitting pretty right now. Really nice. Ooh, a lot of people are profitable. A lot of people are profitable. Vote on the YouTube poll. Vote on the YouTube poll. Norman said, don't feel bad, Chris. I have a perfect indicator with the NT8 CCI, but can't make myself follow it. Oh, it's all right. It's all right, Norman. I literally predicted this. If you're a member, if you're an insider, link is below to join the membership, become an insider, behind the scenes access, analysis, yada, yada, yada. Not really good to plug it today because I'm sulking ass today, man. Sulking ass, bad execution. And the whole time, if you go back, it's one of the more recent member posts. I literally predicted we need to keep a close eye on something, and could start a something trend. Exactly what it did. And I didn't follow my own senses. I called 803 screaming. That could have been me. Yeah. Hey, it's all hindsight. Then people just, I mean, I don't know. Well, I'm back to break even from last night's, yeah. About time to make some of that money. That money. A lot of people are profitable. Very nice, guys. Very nice. Definitely short everything today. But, I think it may... They're either manipulating it again and they're going to consolidate here for a minute, or this could be the start of an uptrend. I don't know. Pretty weak. ATR still at 24. The VIX volatility index is coming up a little bit. Appreciate the file, Chong. Appreciate you. About to tap that pivot point, 23,520. I'm not longing anything here. I'm just not doing it. It's likely to go, and it's going right now, but now when it's that close to the gap fill, it's not going to do it. News in 4 minutes.
Christian Ramirez super chatted $9.99.
No message. No message. No. Christian. $10 and no message, man. Thank you for your support. It's been a not so great day, but this is what happens when you're battling the market. I am so glad I titled the stream this, battling the stock market. That's exactly what is happening today, and we are losing the battle currently. I appreciate your support, Christian. Everything is going back into the stream. Back into the stream. Appreciate it, man. If you have any questions, feel free to type in chat. You did not put a message, so whatever you want, I'll try and do my best. Appreciate you. Yesterday was definitely a better performance, but again, you can't read the market 100% of the time. Appreciate you. Getting above that support pivot point. Getting above that pivot point, 23,520. We're breaking out of the range as well. Breaking out of the range. About to test the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. About to test the 21 EMA. Clean out the chart a little bit. Thank you for your help, brother. Thank you for all the support, Christian. Appreciate you. Glad you guys are gaining value. Hopefully you guys learned a lot of lessons that did not cost you anything. Hopefully you learned a lot. A lot. Maybe something you didn't know about pattern in the market. How sometimes it likes to just downtrend all day. How sometimes the market trends down until 11:30, 10:30, 12:30, one of them points, and then it flips. How news has affected the market today, yesterday, all the tariff wars, etc., etc. Appreciate you guys. We have news in 30 seconds. 30 seconds, the US 4-week bill. About to tap, thank you, 30-minute SMA, 200 SMA. I have to tap it. 475 good support. Just gave 2x 30 pointers back to back. Yes, it did. AJ, yo, you finished your app, bro? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I haven't even worked on it in like 2 weeks. Good question. I've been meaning to look into macros. I wonder if 11:30 a.m. is one of them. When I get a little further, I'll release a video for the members, for the insiders, detailing what I got so far. It's weird. I kind of bounce back and forth. I like staying busy, do multiple things, and this definitely keeps me busy. I'm doing shorts, I'm trading, doing social media, live streaming, talking, keeping up with news, building the simulating software. Was doing that for the first month of streaming, just that. Then switched to building the mentorship. I have that pretty decently fleshed out. That still needs a couple weeks of work. The membership, I'm not exactly sure. I just haven't messed with it in like 2 weeks. I fully decompressed that week. I didn't do a single thing. I really need it. My brain gets overloaded sometimes, like every 6 months, every year. And thankfully, I only need a week. Sometimes it takes a couple months. My brain gets overloaded. And I don't know if you guys can relate, but once my brain gets overloaded, I literally am a zombie. Maybe unfamiliar territory. Up we go. Gapper says, Gapper rubbed the crystal ball again. Yeah, with membership, don't charge. Do it for free. With the mentorship? I can do a combination. I can have a free seminar. I can do a couple of those and just have them live streamed on YouTube. I could do that. Gapper, we made 1.25k in one account, but then we're down 1,000 in another, and we blew 2 accounts today. Appreciate you, Tristan. Appreciate you. Yeah, but the mentorship is not going to be free, and there's only going to be like enough time in the month for like 100 slots. And once I get a lot of that system automated, then it can bump up to like 1,000, but we're a long way from that. It's going to be very limited when it comes out. Not even sure when that is. We're all making money here. No need to be free at all. Don't worry, guys. We are literally just starting the social media stuff. I think we're like 3 months in now. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting close to 3 months in. We're just getting the live stream stuff sorted out. We're just ramping up the shorts again, and planning on posting a lot of videos.
Crown Thin has been an insider for 2 months.
Crowned. My alerts are messed up again. I appreciate you, Crowned. Welcome to the insiders, my friend. Hopefully you enjoy the emotes. The Jerome Powell emote, Trump, Bitcoin, Elon, Caroline Levitt. We're going to be watching that meeting, so make sure you're here to spam the Caroline Levitt emote when she's at the podium at 1 p.m. EST. ATR volatility is coming down a bit, still at 23 ATR. NQ is getting above the NQ 30-minute, 200 SMA, 21 EMA, pivot point as well. Getting closer and closer to the NQ 5-minute, 21 EMA. Yeah, bro. Glad to be here, brother. Appreciate you, Crowned. Appreciate you. It's tapping the 200 SMA. Is it going to reject here or not? You just keep doing what you're doing, Chris. Hey, I'm back. I'm fully back. I'm here every single day at 9:30 a.m. for the foreseeable future. No matter what, no matter if we lose, no matter if we win, trading is something I love doing. Okay, the alert should be fixed in a minute. This should be good now. We'll see, we'll see. Thought I fixed them yesterday. I'll just leave this up just in case they're broke. We have a lot of stuff to watch too. We have a lot of stuff to watch, a lot of news. Appreciate you, Crowned. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Crown Thin super chatted $50. Let's make some bread flying money bag money mouth face.
Crown, you are insane, my friend. Big $50 super chat. You're insane, my friend. We're waiting for opportunity. The true price I wanted was 23,479. It ended up bouncing right before that. Usually wicks to it, wicks a little below it, but this time it started to bounce before them. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. There'll be more opportunities today. Trust me, trust me, trust me. Make sure you're holding your own conviction. I appreciate the support, my friend. Glad you're getting value. Glad you're enjoying learning what to do, what not to do. Glad you're gaining some value from this monstrosity of trading. Appreciate the support, my friend. Let's make some s'mores. I agree, I agree, I agree. It's holding that 200 SMA. Nvidia's coming up. Nvidia's up 0.45%. Amazon's up 1.45%. Microsoft is up 4.6%. Meta is up 12.25%. Appreciate the support, you guys. In the darkest moments, you guys support the most. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. I will continue to be here no matter what. No matter what. There will not be any more breaks for the foreseeable future. I promise you that. Unless some crazy personal stuff happens, you know, God forbid. But knock on wood, that'll not happen for the foreseeable future, if ever. Okay. We're just grinding up. Pivot point to the upside, 23,579. Remember, we have that really key pivot point, 100 points up, 23,654. Absolutely key, crucial pivot point. But before that, it has to break through the trend line. Has to break through this trend line on the NQ 30 minute. Let me fix it. Okay. The NQ 30 minute has to break through this trend line, chat. It's above the VWAP on the NQ 30 minute chart, getting closer and closer to the 100 SMA, and then break over this trend line. And then this is the key pivot point, very key pivot point. And then we have the NQ 30 minute VWAP to the upside of that. ES is getting closer and closer to the VWAP roundup. The Williams RR 20 day is getting into neutral territory, grinding up on the ES 1 minute. The RSI is above the MA, getting closer and closer to overbought. The Williams RR 20 day for the NQ 30 minute is rounding up and getting into neutral territory. The RSI is rounding up and getting out of oversold territory, and getting closer and closer to that MA inside the RSI. Bitcoin is up 0.4% on the day. ETH is down 0.35%. Sol is down 0.3%. XRP is up 0.1%. The NQ futures and ES futures are up 0.4%. The VIX is at 15.68, coming down a little bit, but still up 1.35% on the day. The Dow is down 0.05%. The Russell 2000 is down 0.3%. MicroStrategy is up 2.8%. Netflix is down 0.9%. Apple is down 0.15%. Palantir is down 0.1% on the day. GameStop's down 0.4%. Costco is up 0.65%. Alibaba is up 2.23%. Avigo is down 1.4% on the day. Currently, AMD is down 0.25%. QCOM is down 5.66% on the day. Adobe is down 0.92%. Voyager Technologies is still down 2.16%. Robinhood is closing, edging up, grinding up 0.5% on the day. Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon to meet Trump at White House. Okay, the 4-week bill came out. US 4-week bill high yield came in at 4.29%. Previously, it was 4.245%. US 4-week bill bit of cover came in at 2.63%. 2.63. Previously, it was 2.69. Next news on the docket is at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. 1 hour 20 minutes away. White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt. After that, everything left on the docket is at 4 p.m. Amazon, Apple, Q3, Q2 earnings of 2025, and Trump signing executive orders after market closes. We are so close. I want to see it break 585. Only end July sell orders, nothing special. 30 points on 2 contracts and 80 points on the last. Good job, Gapper. NASDAQ touched, longs out, the open. It might break, but I'm closing last NQ here at 1 minute 200. Run it up. Appreciate it, Crown. Thank you for the support, man. If you like what Crown did, hit the like button. It's free to do also. Appreciate it, Gapper. You guys, insane. This is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to build a community of like-minded people, and you guys are even going above and beyond that. I didn't even ask you guys to donate or anything today. I barely asked for memberships, and you guys are going crazy. Appreciate you guys. Exactly the goal of this. Build a like-minded community, document this for my future children to see the grind, and just document it for myself as well. and see where this can go. Also offer a lot of value. And again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Just wait until that simulator is out, wait until the mentorship's out, and everything gets automated more and more and more and more and more and more and more. It's I think we're really going to change the game. And we haven't even touched AI trading, making bots, making indicators. We haven't even touched a lot. And I have plans outside of all the trading as well. Just getting started. A lot of people are profitable. It's very good to see. So the NQ is just grinding up. It grinded down. Grinded down from 23,800 in pre-market. Almost a full grind down of 400 points. Went down 320 points. Now it's grinding back up. Let's draw a fib from the top. Okay. So it broke through the 23.6 fib and it's trying to break through that pivot point 23,580. It's just a slow grind up, like it was slowly grinding down. Slow grind up now. All right, let's get rid of this. Let's clean up the chart. Okay. A little too early for that. A little too early for a trend line. Very nice bounce on the NQ30 minute though. Video slowly coming up. Nvidia makes comments in an emailed response to China questioning Nvidia, we don't have backdoors in our chips. We won't allow backdoor access to our systems. Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon to meet Trump at White House. Whoa, Blather. What's up, my friend? I don't know what you're doing. You're posting emojis and it's going crazy. Man, the chat look crazy. What are you posting? What are you posting, Blather? Blather. What are you posting, my friend? Posting, my friend. Oh, didn't want to hear myself, but that happened. Blather. Yeah, the party chat is messed up. Let me reload it. Hello, how's your day? Pretty good, pretty good. We're low negative, low down today. We lost 2 accounts. Hope you have a nice day. Appreciate you, Blather. You too, my friend. Keep up the streams. Keep up the streams. I see you there. I've been checking you out a little bit. Seeing the grind, respecting the grind. Love the energy here. Appreciate you, Crown. There it is. Look at that nice W in the NQ 1 minute. It is forming a W. ES flushing down. And Q flushing down a little bit. The VIX is stepping up. VIX is coming up a little bit. Volatility index. Milad, what's up? What's up? What's up? Hello, hello. I closed one put. One contract since I already traded today. So ending the day with 2.6K. Good job, Tom. Solid. Very good, very good. Gapper, thanks, man. Yeah, for some reason I cannot go with the herd. I cannot. I don't know. I've like built in and it's good. It's good most of the time, but on days like today, it doesn't work. When it just continues to flush down without a bounce, really. Thankfully, I only lost 2 accounts. It's really not that bad for flushing down 300 points. I could have lost a lot more. Thankfully, I had self-control. NQ 5 minutes tapping the 20 May, getting a little rejection. May continue up. Okay. This is also something to look out for. I haven't showed this on stream in like weeks, but this is the smart money / dumb money confidence, or institutional versus retail. If you can see here, the dumb money is starting to sell, and so is the institutional. Institutional has already sold most, but it's still edging. It's kind of rounding up. I don't know if I can zoom in, but it's rounding up right here. They're coming down and selling even more, while retail is also selling. So what you should see here is the institutional, aka the smart money, the blue line, start to edge up and come up as the dumb money, aka retail, starts to sell most of the bag at all-time highs. Now, there is a lot of greed, a lot of FOMO, a lot of fear of missing out on how high the stock market can go under Trump. So you may not get that big sell-off like the institutional is expecting. This may only sell off a little bit, and then they might start ramping it back up. But it's just an indicator to watch. And the dumb money confidence is very optimistic, and the smart money confidence is very pessimistic. So just something to look out. Look out for it and watch. Video's ticking up. Meta's holding. Meta's holding very well. I'm really surprised Meta hasn't pulled back more. Meta is still up 11.85% on the day. Been floating around that 12% up pretty nicely. Pretty nicely, chat. You should use that dynamic support and resistance indicator I gave you, Chris. Will save you loads of time not having to draw them lines. Yeah. I'll probably end up building my own gapper. I don't like how the trend lines trail with it. I don't like how they trail. Like I've seen it move and it's weird. NQ bouncing off that 23.6 pivot fib, 23.6 fib, also the 20 EMA. Well, yeah, but you want that because sell day is dynamic in nature, similar to mean reversion. Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Meta's coming up. Nvidia's trying to come up. Starting to get some bearish wicks on the NQ 30 minute. Got tapped down, smacked down from the NQ 5 minute, 21 EMA. Dude, I went in on that on a short and left to take my kiddos on the bus. When I got back, I was up 3.7K in the trade. I'm walking away for the rest of the day. I'll be lurking in the shadows of chat though. Good stuff, legend. I love to see that. Love to see that. Absolutely love seeing that. That inspires a lot of people in chat. A lot more than you think, legend. I appreciate you writing that. I appreciate you being transparent. You didn't have to say exactly what you made, but I appreciate it. It inspires, motivates a lot of people that are lurking in the chat, just reading, and including myself. I love reading them messages. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Honestly, I think we are in the perfect position for bull run market wide in the foreseeable future. Yes, yes. What's up, ground? I see you. I see you. I'm waiting. Indicators are coiling up. ES is getting ready. Yeah, with 2 contracts long, we're putting a stop on this though. Right at the bottom of the wick. May get stopped out, it's fine. 14-point stop. This is probably gonna take a while. We're up 100, up 150, 2 contracts long. The ES needs to get above the 100 MA, may get smacked down here. The NQ 5 minute needs to get above the 20 MA, so this may not go, but it's propping up above that 23.6 fib. Holding as support, it could flush down, then go. We're holding this stop regardless. I know we've been stopped out 2 times, then it pumps. This could happen here, but we're keeping the stop. Up 100, up 200, we're waking up, tapping the pivot point, up 300. Tapping the pivot point, 23,580. We're waking up, waking up, waking up. Break it, break it, break it, wake up, wake up. ES again above the 100 MA. NQ 30 minute, I'm probably taking 1 at the NQ 30 minute 100 MA. We'll see. Again, ATR is at 18. The VIX is a little down. It's starting to edge up a little bit, but trades are going to take a little bit. This is a slow grind up. This could take 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We'll see. It could wake up and we take this trade. See. It also could have just manipulated up. Now it's going to flush down. This could be a lower high on the ES and NQ and flush down. Once it breaks that pivot point, I'm probably going to break even. Give it a minute. Up 400. Up 350. I want a little more wiggle room before I take this break even. I will lessen the loss. Go right above this, below the 21 EMA. NQ 5 minute may reject this 21 EMA. ES is above the 100 MA. Nvidia's coming up. Meta's coming up. Nvidia's up 0.75% right now. I'm going break even now. I want actual break even. Little wiggle room for the commission. It's either going to go or it's not. It's looking like it's going to reject that pivot point. We're break even though. Go baby go. Go baby go. Up 400 or 450. Go baby. Bounce, 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 bounce. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Nvidia's coming up. Meta's coming up. ES is trying to bounce. NQ 5 minute trying to bounce to 21 EMA. Bounce, bounce, bounce. A 400. 10 points so far secured. Not secured. 10 points up. We're break even stop. Risk-free trade. 2 contracts long. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Go, 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 go. A 500. Crown, my biggest, I can say the win rate percentage. I like how you did that. For the stock market, it's around 120%. But my biggest by far was in Pepe 2 years ago. We're talking thousands of percent. Thousands. I was a very early adopter of Pepe. And sold out. Up 700. Up 700. I'm taking one out. I'm taking one out.
Order submitted.
Putting another break even. I'm going to leave one runner. We're securing around 300, 350. That's good enough for me. That also coincides with the touch, 100 MA. I said I was going to sell one. I meant it. And now we're moving stop up since it's breaking that high. Moving stop up right below that pivot point. Securing 8 points. We're up 300, 400, one contract. We have the key pivot point. Very, very key pivot point. Actually, that's not the key pivot point. Key pivot point's above that. 23,654. But we have a pivot point at 23,606. Where's the 50% fib? 38.2% fib above that pivot point. So this has a lot of running room. We're currently trailing around 20 points. Trailing this up around 20 points. Give me 20 points of room. NQ getting whacked down from the 100 MA touch. ES pulling back a little bit. I think the ES is going to flush up to the 200 SMA VWAP. It's a long way to go. Nvidia's coming up. Meta's coming up. If you guys are enjoying the stream, smash that like button. I haven't said in a while. We've been pretty down, just reflecting, chasing news, making sure I'm not missing any news. But smash that like button if you're enjoying the stream. We may get stopped out here. We'll be up 400, 500 regardless. Very volatile, volatility stepping in. And follow the channel. We are live every single day, trading at 9:30 a.m. EST. Trading the market. Battling the market. Battling the stocks. Appreciate Crown. Appreciate Legend, Gapper. Appreciate the file, Umez. Taking a little more. Securing 11 points now. Could give it more room, but I'm not going to. If it rejects this NQ 5 minute 21 EMA, I want nothing to do with it. It shouldn't, but it may. We're now up 32 points. We're securing 11. Go chat, let's go chat, let's go chat. Up 766 in the account. We're securing around 450, 500. Looking for this to go all the way up, as far as it can go. We're going to trail it very tight if it bounces to the ES VWAP. We're going to trail it very tight and likely get stopped out, but it's fine. Again, we're not moving stop. We're giving this room. NQ 5 minutes breaking above the 21 EMA, the 21 exponential moving average. It's breaking over it, and it has a lot of life if it can get it claiming as support. Has a lot of life if it can claim it as support. Nvidia is now up 0.85%. Meta is up to 12.28%. NQ struggling. The bears and bulls are battling. May get stopped out here. Could wick down. Could wick down. ES is starting to pull back. Come on. Wake up, 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 wake up. Go, 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 go. It's hesitating, hesitating, hesitating. Go, go, go. Bounce, 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 bounce. Waking down, waking down, waking down. 4 points away from being stopped. Oh, 1 point away. Wick down, 1 point away. Go, go, go. Bounce, 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 bounce. 1 point away from being stopped out. Bounce, 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 bounce. We got stopped out and then it pumped up. Are we gonna get lucky? Are we gonna get lucky here? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. We're about to be stopped out. And ES is coming lower. Probably gonna be stopped. Couple points away. And stopped out. Made 533 in that account. Average of around 15 points. Is that right? Average of like 15 points. We're wicking below that pivot point. We need to really, really watch this. I may go long again. Let me get another account loaded. This is very crucial. Thank you, 5 minute breaks above this 21 he made. Has a lot of reward potential. At least 15 more points. But it could flush down here. If this that's a higher low, if this creates a lower high, this could go a lot lower. Let's go all the way back to the lows, if not past that. Nvidia is still holding, Meta's still holding. No way, Gapper. How long were you holding that? You don't have to get specific. I know you don't like that, but how long were you holding to get that 800% on Nvidia? Years, right? Years, or did you just time it right? 2020 COVID dump was awesome. I'm assuming you held that for like 1 or 2 years, right? It's EOM. Let's make it count. True. Years, but I was pre-split. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. To get 800% on Nvidia, you have to be holding for at least 2 years. Unless you timed it. If you timed it right, I mean, you could have did it in like 3 or 4 months on a couple occasions, but yeah. It's very hard to get thousands of percents in stocks without holding for half a decade, 3 years, depending on the stock. Very hard. Let me make sure I'm not missing any news. Freddie Mac 15-year fixed rate mortgage average 5.85% as of July 31st. Freddie Mac US 30-year fixed mortgage rate 6.72% versus 6.74%. No Trump tweet. Starting to get a little bearish, but this has potential to wake up to the NQ 30-minute trend line, the bottom trend line, the ES VWAP 200 SMA. But Meta's starting to tick down a little bit. Nvidia's starting to hesitate, and this is kind of looking like it may create a lower high. Starting to wake up as I say that, but I'm going against myself. NQ 5-minute is trying to break above the 21 EMA, so that's a bullish sign. All right, that's a higher high. That's a higher high. Lower high, lower low. Higher low, excuse me, higher low, and higher high. That's bullish signs, bullish signs. ES, low divergence between the NQ and ES. ES created a higher high, higher low, now lower high. Let's see if it can make a higher high. See if it wants to go to the VWAP to our SMA. I'm unsure. ES is above the 100 moving average. Nice, bro. Nice. Are you a day trader as well, Cap? Yep. He is for sure. That's just some other shares are up 502, 352%, and all the way to 76%. Good job. What's up, Polo? Appreciate the follow. Appreciate it. You guys are young. Start your IRAs now if you don't have. Yep. I got a Roth IRA when I was 18, 19. Yeah, I need to get back into options trading. I'm actually really missing it. I have a bigger goal though. But I do miss trading options. That's kind of how I started. So I haven't traded options in 3 to 4 years. I do miss it. Nvidia's up 1% now. Oh, I just came up with a video idea for the members. I've been looking for video ideas. Let me write those. Let me do it here. I'll tell you guys in a minute. It's not, it's you Gapper already knows this, I'm sure, and some of you may, but there's a strategy for taxes. An LLC in a specific state, S corp, and you pay yourself a salary, but most of it gets keep forgetting this word, hold on, distribution. Most of it you can avoid a lot of taxes by getting most of the income as a distribution at the end of the year. But that's a way to get around a lot of taxes. I have to make a member video. I'm not sure when I'm going to do it, but it's in the docket now. But I gotta be very highly detailed. Meta's starting to fall. Mexico president. Mexico proposed how to reduce trade deficit with the U.S. I discussed with president possible investment in the U.S. businesses. The deal we made does not imply further action on Mexico's part. We had the best deal possible. Agreement reached with Trump safeguards the USMCA deal. In the 90 days, we will keep working on the tariffs on other products like tomatoes and steel. "45 minutes, chat. 45 minutes into the White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt. ATR volatility is coming down. The VIX is coming down. ATR is coming down. Volatility is coming down and subsiding a little bit. I'm assuming it's going to pick up briefly every now and again. But NQ and ES futures are up 0.5% on the day. The dollar flipped back green. It's only up 0.02%, so barely anything. The Dow is red, but only down 0.01%. The Russell 2000 is down 0.25%. Nvidia is up 1%. Tesla is down 2%. Google is down 1.4%. Amazon's up 2%. Microsoft is up 4.5%. Meta is floating around the 12% up. It's impressive how strong it's holding with conviction. It is holding that level with conviction. Apple is slightly down 0.1%. Netflix is down 0.7%. MicroStrategy is up 3%. Palantir is up 0.25%. Was negative today. GME GameStop is down 0.6%. QCOM is now hitting 6% down for the day. AFCO is down 1.3%. AMD is up 0.4%. Bitcoin's trending up a bit. All right. If you're new to futures, you might want to trade the micros till you get familiar. True. One contract of the ES is $50 in profit loss per $1 move. CME has a great site explaining all futures. Yeah, absolutely. I should have bought the liquidity sweep at 575. No missed opportunity, only the next, guys. I feel greedy, but I think I need to stop looking at charts. Hey, do what's best for you guys. You guys do not have to stay here just for me. Do what is best for you. Prioritize what you need to prioritize. Sometimes you need to walk away from the charts for a couple hours. Take the day, take the week. Do what is best for you guys. Did it let you link it? Hold on. All right, good. I think you can post links because you're a mod. But normal people cannot, I believe. Guys, just be careful. Be careful, okay? Do not trust every link you click. I trust Gapper. Gapper's been in here for a while, but take everything you click with a grain of salt, okay? Do not blindly trust anything. Never do that in life. I trust Gapper, but I just need to make that clear just in case other people start linking stuff. Just you guys need to be aware. There's a lot of people scamming. There's constant DMs, and I will never solicit anyone for money ever in DMs. Ever. Never will happen. So do not get scammed. There's a lot of scammers in this industry. Do not get scammed. Hey, I trust you, Gapper. I trust you, man. You've been here for a while. I just gotta make that clear just in case someone clicks a faulty link. He's a good wizard, Helly. True. If you're on iPhone, screenshot and you can press the link in the photos. App here ended up on the dark side. Short stream came back to the light. Gapper regular YouTube stream. Huh? Appreciate it, legend. Yeah, you've been mod for a while now. For a while, Gapper. For a while. For like 2 weeks now. Appreciate you guys. We are battling the market. All right, let's watch some of this news while we wait. I like this guy. I'm sure you guys have seen him, but clear value tax. I want to hear his Fed decision. No interest rate cut. Here's what comes next. It's only 8 minutes. I'm going to speed up a bit, so it'll be 6 minutes. Hold on.
So that we can get insight. At today's meeting, the Federal Reserve decided to not cut interest rates. And I want to show you the highlights of the press conference so that we can get insights into what they're going to do in September. So let's start with their official written statements. So as expected, the Federal Reserve decided to keep the Fed funds interest rate at 4.5%, so no cut. So a little bit further down.
By the way, my opinion on the Fed not cutting a rate, it's politically motivated, politically charged. I know there's a committee that votes on it, and I think we read that 8 out of 2 members, only 2 members voted for a 0.25% interest rate down, 0.25% cut on the interest rates. And I really think they should at least have cut it by 0.25%. I mean, at least. That's what I was expecting, but he's politically charged.
It says that the committee is prepared to adjust interest rates as appropriate. So what is that going to be based on? So they say that the committee's assessments will take into account a wide range of information, including labor market conditions, inflation, and financial and international developments. Okay, so that last part, international developments, that really refers to President Trump's tariff policies. Now, let me show you the highlights. So the first question is, will the Federal Reserve cut interest rates at their next meeting on September 17th? So please take a look at how Powell responds.
Thanks, Chair Powell. There's a lot of lean in the markets, and not to mention out of the administration for a rate cut now in September. Is that expectation unrealistic at this point?
This is an intermeeting period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment and inflation data before the time of the September meeting. We have made no decisions about September. We don't do that in advance. We'll be taking that information into consideration and all the other information we get as we make our decision at the September meeting.
Okay, so you just saw that Powell, who's the chair of the Federal Reserve, says that a decision has not yet been made, and that they're going to assess the 2 months of inflation and labor market data before their next meeting in September.
58% think there's going to be a 0.25% rate cut. And 40% think there's going to be a 50% rate cut. And then 1.8%, just insane. Am I reading that right? I don't think I'm reading that right. I haven't read one of these in a while. Hold on. Let's see what he says.
Okay, but I want to show you what the market thinks, and this is according to the CME Fed Watch tool. So before this press conference, there was a 59.8% chance that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates in September. Now, after this
okay, that's just no, yes, maybe. That's just no, yes, maybe.
Press conference, the odds of a rate cut in September have fallen from the 59.8% to now 46%. So it looks like the way that Powell was answering the questions, the market has less faith that they're going to do an interest rate cut in September.
Does anyone know what Polymarket thinks? What is Polymarket doing? Is Polymarket betting on a September rate cut? When there's financial bets, people, it's surprisingly accurate. When people have money on the line, they usually do a lot of research. Does anyone know if Polymarket has a rate cut happening in September?
Okay, now Powell previously said that they're not cutting interest rates because there's a lot of uncertainty regarding inflation coming from the tariffs. But now time has passed and we know the tariff rates that are placed against some countries. So with that new information, does that bring more certainty to the situation for Powell to cut rates? So I want to show you what Powell said.
There have been several deals that have been struck, and now we seem to have an idea of what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show themselves?
No, I think we're still, you're right, it's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information, and I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge. But it feels like there's much more to come, as well looking ahead.
Okay, so as you can clearly see, Powell is saying that there's still uncertainty. So this is supporting his wait-and-see approach. Okay, but besides this tariff situation, what other data is he going to be focusing on in order to cut interest rates? So please take a look.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you. Well, can you give us a little more about what kind of economic data does the Fed need to see before you'll be ready to cut? I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
What will it take? It'll be the totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data coming in, which before the next meeting, will it be dispositive of that? It's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions. And
uncertainty of the data, uncertainty with the data, pow, 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 uncertainty with the data.
Right now, so we'll have to see.
So Powell is saying that it's going to be the totality of the evidence, the totality of the data to make their decision to cut interest rates. But I'm telling you, it's really going to be their dual mandate. That's their focus. It's going to be the inflation data and the labor market data. So there's a big question about the weakening dollar. Like, is that going to impact their decision? And I want to show you how Powell responds.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just a question on the dollar. We've seen it decline quite heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the meetings and to what degree that may be complicating your attempts to get inflation back to target.
So this goes back to the division of labor between the Fed and the Treasury, as you I'm sure know, and the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. It's not something that's been a topic of major discussion at all at the Fed. I wouldn't say it doesn't come up. If the transcripts, when they come out in a few years, they'll probably reflect some mentions of the dollar, but it would never be a major focus.
Now, I want to show you what Powell says about the slowdown in consumer spending. So please take a look.
Afternoon, Chair Powell. Maria Luisa Capurro from Bloomberg News. You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the committee around that. We've seen delinquency rates.
We've already watched this. Quick synopsis as we skip forward. He says that consumer spending has been on a rise for the past couple of years since the C thing happened in 2020. It's been on the rise, and now we may be hitting the bottom, the plateau of the bottom. let's just skip that. Get to this guy's synopsis, if there is one.
Variables that were assigned to maximize.
Okay, so to wrap this up, I'm just going to speak to you honestly. From the last Federal Reserve meeting to this Federal Reserve meeting, we didn't learn much, and we're still in a wait-and-see approach. Like, what has changed, really? Like, nothing. So, I mean, what do we know? For the next Federal Reserve meeting in September, a 46% chance that they're going to cut, 54% chance that they're not going to cut. So it's basically like a coin toss at this point. But as inflation data and the labor market data comes in August, I'll keep you updated on how those probabilities change. So,
all right.
Please subscribe. I thank you for the support, and I wish you a very nice day. Take care.
NQ just slowly consolidating, now grinding up, testing the pivot point at 23,000, 23,000.
So the Federal Reserve had their meeting today. And today's meeting was a very...
No. Mexico Foreign Minister Ebrard. All of this was achieved without the concession from Mexico. What is I need to look at Poly Market, see what they're pricing in. Are they pricing in the let's look at this. All right. Wow. 61% no cut. 61% chat in September. Wow. %37% thinks there's going to be a 0.25% decrease. Wow. That, man, if he doesn't cut rates, that's obviously going to change with the data that comes out, and it could go up, could go down, but currently it's in at 61% no rate cut. That's what people are betting on Poly Market, putting money at risk. And the markets are Poly Market's pretty accurate, even though it's gambling. When people put money on the line, it's usually there. Good reason. I think Americans can be back on Poly. I believe all that's opening up. Crypto future tradings, all that future trading on like Binance and Bybit, stuff like that. I think that's opening up. I don't think it's fully there yet, but I believe it started. 19 points on ES long. Going to try and finish EOM strong and take tomorrow off. Take tomorrow off, eh? We have pretty good news. I think I'm just gonna do a short day tomorrow. Just do a half day. Trade the volatility, we'll see. Yeah, I'll just do a short day tomorrow. Unless volatility surges from some news. Tomorrow is the tariff day. August 1st. Let's see how it goes. ES is tapping the 200 SMA. Let's see if it gets above. Nvidia's coming up now at 1.2%. Meta's coming back up. And Q tapping that fib. Tapping that fib level. The 38.2% fib. Tapping that pivot point. Let's see if it can claim it as support. And Q 5-minute is above that 21 EMA. And Q 30-minute above the 100 MA, above the 200 SMA. Tapping the trend line. May reject it, may not. We'll have to see. Bitcoin's coming up pretty nicely. What is the news on the docket tomorrow? I should wait. All right, let's go over you guys' numbers. Regular YouTube stream, 17 votes on the regular YouTube stream. 65% are profitable, 18% are negative, 18% are learning. On the YouTube short stream, 70 votes, 37% are profitable, 19% are negative, 44% are learning. Guys are trading well. NFP as well, isn't it? I don't know what you mean, Adrius. What do you mean? I'm expecting a pivot point to go short at 615. But it's a weak pivot point. Good luck, Legend. Good luck. It may want to ride to the key, big key pivot point up top at 23,654. 23,654. That also is getting close to the NQ 30-minute VWAP. NQ 30-minute VWAP right now is at 23,658. Getting below that Fib level. ES is above the 2-hour SMA. And non-farm payroll, yep, 100% tomorrow. Non-farm payroll and ISM manufacturing. Yep. It's waking back and forth. Back and forth. Oil production rose to a record 13.49 million BPD in May, EIA data. Trying to claim that pivot point as support. Scout my short, couldn't pass it up. Oof. Good job, Legend. Good job. Good stuff. You held your conviction, my friend. Appreciate you guys. We're breaking above that pivot point, that Fib level as well. Hit the top of the 615 wick and close at the bottom of the next wick. ES is just slowly grinding up. The NQ broke back into the range. It still could reject here, but it's kind of a head and shoulders actually. NQ 30-minute chart is kind of a head and shoulders. I don't know. Might have some room to the upside. Volatility has diminished pretty substantially. 28 minutes until Caroline Leavitt is speaking at the White House press briefing. I'm sticking with 633. I have a bearish 6-tap setup around there, and it ranges to yeah, we don't like that number, but yeah. That's a big head. Yes, it is. To invalidate the setup, we have to break above 700. Well, it's waking up right now. Just slowly grind up, chat. Slowly grind it down for basically all the day. Besides an hour ago, it started uptrending about 1 hour ago. Okay. Meta's coming up. Meta is at 12.3% up. Oh, Gapper has rubbed that crystal ball. Gapper has rubbed that crystal ball. He said we going all the way back up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. SEC announces launch of Project Crypto initiative to modernize security rules and move markets on chain. So they just want more control over crypto, move markets on chain. That just means they want more central instead of decentralized control to me. We're a little down, Zachary. We're a little down. We made around 1,800 between them two accounts, but we're down 1,000 in another and have two blown accounts. We're a little negative. The stocks have been pretty crazy these past couple of weeks. Am I right? Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft. Yeah, Meta, Microsoft had very good earnings yesterday. Meta was up 7.7% year over year on EPS. I'm starting to get bullish. Even though it could reject here. Starting to see it. The consolidation is here. Kind of in the middle though. Broke out of that range. Trying to get back into it. Get above that trend line. ES still has to tap the VWAP. Trying to see it. SEC will direct policy divisions to work with the crypto task force to implement White House crypto recommendations. ES is trying to move up while the NQ is trying to move down. Little divergence, low divergence. The VIX is coming down a little bit. ATR steadily coming down. All right, we're pulling back, at least currently. We have the 21 EMA on the NQ 2-minute chart at 23,594. NQ 5-minute 21 EMA, if that does not hold, we may be going a lot lower. That's a rejection of the NQ 30-minute trend line as well. Could reclaim it, could get a bounce off this NQ, NQ 100 MA, could bounce right here, continue up, but it may just fall. Remember, we have still not filled the gap of yesterday's close. This purple line is yesterday's close. We were gapped up 300 points, 160 after market closed basically instantly, but 300 points in total, and it barely didn't tap it by 2 points, 3 points. Gap fill at 23,480. And we still have that gap on the day chart. I could show you guys that. Oof, it just barely didn't fill it. Actually, it's close. It barely didn't fill the chat. Look at this. The day candles. These 2 day candles. Look at that. You think it filled it, right? There's still a little gap. Did not fill that day gap. Just barely. We're trending down for now. ES is still holding on to that 200 SMA. It has not rejected just yet. Nvidia is coming down a little bit. Meta's coming down a little bit. NQ2 May rejecting the 21 May. Let's remove this. Remove this. NQ 5 minutes trying to hold on to that 21 May. SEC share Atkins. Most crypto assets are not securities. Okay. We have Caroline Levitt speaking in 21 minutes. Waking down. We have that pivot point to the downside at 23,580. What's up, Hasoon? Probably butcher that. What's up, Henry? What's up, Zachary? What's divergence? It means they're operating separately. They're doing different things. Divergence. When one goes up, another comes down. Not the exact definition, but it's good enough. Let's get the dictionary definition. To act or process of diverging. The state of being divergent, the degree by which things diverge from one another. So think about diverge. Move away from one another. Deviation, difference, drawing apart. Aight. This is my name, bro. Aight. Okay, Henry. This is Ramil. Ramil. All time no see, my friend. What's up, Ramil? All time no see. Natural pullback at 335 for Suppose. What part of the world are you, brother? Crowned, I am in the United States. United States of America. United States of America. Yo, brother, for real, man. Appreciate you, Ramel. Appreciate you. What's up, dude? GG on the wins. I'm a little down today, FL. Lower down. I lost 2 accounts and I'm down 1,000 in the other. That 1,000 count is X'd out. And we reclaimed some of that. But we're down a little bit. Nothing to worry about, but a little bit. A little bit negative today. Didn't read the market well today. We're still in it. Battling these stalks.
Order.
I'm in with 2 contracts long, a little late, but I'll take it. Stop's going to be right below the 21 EMA. 7-point stop. Nothing to really worry about. Barely any risk on the table. I like how the ES is moving. Up 65, up 80. I also like how the NQ 5-minute claimed that 21 EMA support. It could be a fake. It could just pump up, manipulate up, send this down. It could create a lower high as well. So this is a slight high risk. Once it gets above this pivot point, if it does, if it climbs up, bounces up, doesn't stop us out. If it gets above that pivot point, I will put it break even. Just in case it wants to wick down. But I like how the ES is coming up. Starting to reject a little bit. Didn't even tap the VWAP. 5 points away from being stopped out. Volatility starting to step in. Meta's coming up. Nvidia's coming up. 2 contracts long, up 30. BRB, let me analyze real quick. Okay, Az. All right, Az. Appreciate it, Ramel. You ever been outside the States? No, I'm not. Not yet. Big wick down, big wick down. Downside pressure about to be stopped. It's about to wick down. Tapping the 20 May. If it stops out and then climbs back up, I'm gonna not gonna be happy. Not gonna be happy, chat. 3 points away from being stopped. Tapping the 20 May. Bear and stopped. We're down 311 in that account. Only 7 points, not a big deal. That is a lower high on that queue. Sec Chair Atkins, I have ASTAC to work with businesses seeking to distribute tokenized securities. I have directed commission staff to develop guidelines to determine when a crypto asset is a security. It is not about to do that for the third time in a row. It is not about to do that. Oh, it is not about to do that to us. No, it is not. No shot. ES is trying to come down. Nvidia is starting to lose some momentum. Meta's coming up though. Yeah, it's starting to come down. Thank you, 5 minute 20 May. Trying to reject. Still holding. Trying to reject. Gonna rally slight and drop to the downside, my man. Aiming for 23,448-ish. Oh, bro, appreciate it, Ramel. Bro, can you zoom out real quick? Zoom out. I would normally long here. I was about to long here. I'm not gonna catch it anymore today. Not gonna catch the falling knife anymore today. $12 minutes until Caroline Levitt. 12 minutes. Members, get your Caroline Levitt emotes ready. Ready in chat. Ready in chat. I am done. 10.1k is enough. I am done enough for the week. I took that short on the retest of stacked bearish fair value gap. I got out with 2k. I'm so greedy, LMAO. Man. I'm the greediest motherfucker to ever live. Good stuff, Tom. Good stuff. Oh, my chart's messed up. Chart is messed up. Know why? It is fully messed up. You're done for the week, Tom? My 633 and entry didn't come to pass, unfortunately, but this short went better than I thought it would. Good stuff, man. Enjoy your 3-day weekend. You deserve it. Deserve it, my friend. Good trading, good conviction. Holding your own conviction, trading your own strategy, very good stuff. No, I don't want it from here. Break out of the range. The meeting press briefing with Caroline Levitt is going to start very soon. Scheduled for 8 minutes. Could be a little delayed, but what's up, Ramil? Bro, I was up earlier, $400 on micros and overstayed. I got my butt handed to me. That's life. True, FL. Greedy is sometimes good. Only sometimes. What's up, Ramil? Ask away, ask away. LMO sometimes lets you eat your way into red. Yeah. Being greedy, overtrading, FOMOing is never good. Sometimes you have to persevere through resistance. So the Fitch rating, US dollar shows signs of stabilization on easing policy uncertainty. Waiting for Caroline Levitt. Waiting. No, I do not trade gold. Gold is ticking up. Spreading back into the range. ES about to tap the 200 SMA again. Pivot point on NQ at 23,580. Silver's at $36 an ounce. Let me say it exactly. $36.91 an ounce for silver. Down 35 cents today. It was down 50, so it's reclaimed some ground. Silver still has potential, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but with that Ukraine-Russia conflict ramping up, metals usually uptake during times of uncertainty, times of war. Cool. I've been caught up holding a bag at the bus stop with no bus before. You consider re-entering sometimes, bro, when it hits new order block zones, or you see how the trade goes? Do you consider, Ramel asks, do you consider re-entering sometimes when it hits some order block zones? Yes, I do. I almost entered this right here. I literally said this as this was wicking down right here. I shouldn't enter with 2, normally would. Not going to catch the falling knife though. That's what I said verbatim. And that would have been a, what is that, 7-point trade, 17-point trade. And then it just wicked down. I don't know, this market is not great for me. It's very volatile, which I like, but I'm not reading it right, and it's manipulating me back and forth. And it is all on me. 100% self-accountability. 100%. Thankfully, I did not ramp up risk like yesterday. Yesterday, we ramped up risk and reaped the rewards of that. Today, I have not ramped it up. Thankfully. We're only down 2 accounts and 1,300 between 2. So it's really not that bad. That 1,300 is already gone back by the 1,800 we gained in the 2 accounts. So really 2 accounts down today, that's not bad. For how bad I'm executing this market. It's not great. Not great. Not great. It's not great. Grape. Grape. I learned a new concept recently that you can use larger wicks as rejection blocks. Appreciate it, Ramel. Waiting for Caroline Levitt. 3 minutes until she's scheduled to be on the press briefing. White House press briefing with Caroline Levitt on the way. Yeah, it's just manipulating me back and forth today. We had 2 unlucky stops. Literally 2 of our stops today. We were in long positions on each. We put a 13 point stop on both, and it wicked us out by 1 point and then rised 50 point and bounced, or bounced 50 points, 30 points. So we really should have had really solid trades on 2 accounts. Instead, we got wicked out. This is what it is. Some days it happens. No missed opportunities, only the next one. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. No fear of missing out, no overtrading. As you guys can see, we blew 2 accounts. I could have stepped risk up. Could have stepped it up and blown a lot more. Could have profited it all back, but could have blown a lot more. But we stepped down a little bit and just started to chill. And since we weren't executing properly, weren't reading the market properly, and I've taken a couple trades where I thought it may bounce, may whatever. We made 533 in that one. We got stopped out on 2 more after that. It is what it is. You don't use ATR for your stop. The average true range, I have it on my chart, but no. No, I do not. A lot of people are killing it today, Norman, though. It's a tough market for me. It's manipulating me back and forth, but it's all me. I'm not seeing it clearly. A lot of people are killing it today. Gapper's killing it. Legend killed it. Tom killed it. Really, all you needed to do was follow trend. All I needed to do, I just didn't do it. Didn't follow it down. I really dislike going with the majority of people. Most of the time it works out, but today is not a day you want to catch the falling knife. Sometimes you can John Wick it. Falling knife, grab the handle, and it goes right back up. Sometimes you can John Wick it. Sometimes you turn into RoboCop. Sometimes you become Jason Bourne. Sometimes you become Maverick. Sometimes you are Superman. Sometimes you are just a yapper talking. I got killed Tuesday. I actually did well Tuesday. I think we made 1,000 or 2,000 Tuesday. Monday we were down like 100 or 500. I can't remember. And then yesterday we made up big time. Big time. But we're still negative for this week. We're break even. Didn't trade last week, but the week before that we ended up break even, I believe. But this week's a little negative. Just because of last week Monday. Oh, here we go. Live stream has begun. We're waiting. NQ waking down, about to tap the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. Tapping it now, starting to reject. Getting a bounce. FL said I almost caught a train to run away because I got wrecked last week. Yeah, my brain got overloaded, and Monday you can tell I was a literal zombie. And we had that massive loss. And I was just over it, completely over it. What account am I in? Make sure. Account am I in? During those. Caroline Levitt, briefing members of the media. Live stream is loaded, ready to go. She should be stepping into frame any minute. Hey, bro, I respect that you know your risk on your own though. Like, you knowing your risk appetite is low key, Chad though. I guess. Appreciate it, Ramo. Ironically, last Tuesday I got screwed as well. I kept trying to go long on a bad dump. I think that was my bad day where I took 5 longs and 5K down. Yep, we're pretty much at the same position right now. I'm at the same position right now, Tom. Pretty much. Went from a big win day to giving it all back on naked short puts. Yeah. I may have to give that a try, Gapper. Double ATR, double time frame ATR as a stop. I could. Getting a bounce on that 2-hour SMA on the NQ30 chart. Nvidia is coming down. No, I haven't played a video game in a while. The only game I played is on stream, Snake.io. That's it. I almost got back into CSGO, but I stopped myself. That would have derailed everything. I would literally, because I play at a pretty high level. I got to, on CSGO, I got to Supreme rank, and I could have been, I have hubris to think I'm the best, but I needed to really dial in the smokes, flashes, etc. Have a lot more playtime, but my aim was there. I was doing some crazy stuff, like pro level aiming and reaction time, etc. But yeah, if I got back into that, we're talking weeks, months, and it's just not worth it. I'm building a business. I have aspirations outside this, other businesses, robotics, etc., AI. More beyond that, real estate, etc. I really don't have time to divulge into pleasures, self-gratification of video games, the addiction of it. I've already broke that addiction, and it was very, very hard to break once. And I have the willpower to break it again, but I'd rather not. Caroline Levin not speaking yet? No, she is not. This is slowly grinding down. Don't know if this 2-hour SMA is going to hold or not. Nvidia is starting to come up. What's up, Clips? Right-handed FL, right. I trade my hotkeys with my left though. Just WSD. No, my hotkeys are Control Z for buying, Control X for selling or shorting, whatever you want to call it, and Control C for getting out of everything. Quick market close. Market orders and everything. I'm quick, fast execution. And yesterday we got into flow state. I could feel it for like 30 minutes. After that FOMC, when Jerome Powell was speaking, I got in flow state for like 30 minutes, and I was going short, long, just taking it. Boom, 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 boom. I love the flow state, man. Love it. I've hit it like twice, maybe 3 times during these 52 days of 53 days of streaming. Hit it like 3 times, and it is a great feeling when you hit flow state. You're just killing it. Henry, I was not an anime guy, but I have been watching anime recently. What anime did I finish? I cannot remember it. Hold on. It's the book. It's the book. The kid, the high school kid who gets a book, and he writes a name, and it kills the person who writes the name. You can specify the time of death. What is that called? I don't know. But I watched that complete series. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I was never an anime person. Really am not still, and can't get into most, but that one hooked me. I'm not gonna lie. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Death Note. Yep. And I've been watching Demon Slayer a little bit. Not fully loving Demon Slayer, but it's getting better. I know, Attack on Titan, yada yada. I know. My point being, good on y'all. Now that I have money, I'm too lazy to do work again. Chris Crown and I used to run my own small engine repair business. I used to make 500, 800 a day, but ever since I fully attention trading, I only attend to old customers every once in a while. Well, you're killing it, Tom. I think that's evident. You're constantly in here killing it, man. Constantly. Caroline Levitt's not speaking still. Are you serious? Entering too short. Could have got manipulated in. It's going to be a quick stop.
Order submitted.
Pretty quick, tight stop. It's either going or it's not. Only 5 points if it does not. Trying to break that 200 SMA. I want to take it. Been wrong so far. Probably going to be wrong again. It is what it is. Gotta take it. Like the potential for this to waterfall down. It may do it after pumping up, stopping us out. It's getting a bounce from it. ES is also at a pivot point, so it could have bounced here, could reject. That's why I have a very tight stop, 4 points. Waterfall down, up 100, 2 contract short. Very volatile. It might wick us out. NQ is coming down, Meta's coming down. Up 100, 150, 2 contract short. I want to see it reject this 200 SMA. It's only a 4-point stop. I'm not going to move it. But it's kind of not looking great. Bearish wicks on NQ 5-minute. It's dropping a little bit. Up 100, up 130, up 175, up 200. Moving stop break even now. I don't want to play around. Could give it more room. It's starting to break down, but it's hesitating too much. Break even, risk-free trade. Not loving it. Up 200, 2 contract short. I want it to waterfall down. Drop. Caroline Levitt is speaking in a minute also. We're going to give this some room.
Order.
And there it is. It was hesitating for a reason. And we're stopped out. Glad I went break even. Okay, maybe I'm not glad I went break even. Whatever. Oh, man. Ah, the winner effect is gone from yesterday, man. Oh, that shit's so true. We're on a losing streak right now. It's hard to get out, but once it's broken, it's broken. Oh, man. A little hesitant from that, but it's fine. Not really incurring that big of losses. That was a risk-free trade. Democratic Senator Markey proposes a new bill to limit foreign data access by TikTok. Oh, man. It's been taking out our stops literally by the point. Literally by the point. This is the third stop. Third stop. It's taken out by the point and then made the move. Third stop today. Yep. 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 Yep, 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 yep. 52 counterparties take 214 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. You're watching Long Horizon, Tom? Tom, I try to be like you, bro. I still work every day. I trade at work low, but the ice company easy, bro. Low overhead and good passive income. So you have one of those ice machines crowned, huh? No, I've looked into that. I've looked into so many different companies. Trade real estate, etc. Low retest. Thomas, it's cool, my friend. Okay. Looking for 517 to buy. Good luck, Norman. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Bro, Christopher. It's a good anime for laughs. Which one, Henry? Like Naruto? Oh, you're talking about Attack on Titan? Yeah. Ninja 1 is Demon Slayer. The anime Ninja 1, Demon Slayer. That's what you pay employees for, yeah? Yeah. Well, they have ice machines that you don't even need employees. You just put them in like a gas station. I mean, you already know. I mean, I'm not explaining anything new to you, but you buy the ice machine for like a couple thousand, 6,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30, depending on which one you get and if it's used or not. But the good ones are like 26, 24, 15, 30,000. Some go to 49, 50. I've seen some at 90 as well. I've actually seen them all over the place, but I wouldn't get one over 50 unless it was crazy traffic. And I really haven't divulged into too much research, but I did research it for a brief period of time. I looked up what they were priced at, and I want to say the one I was looking at was like 109,000. But that was like top of the line. The model below that was at like 54, something like that. But we're talking a couple years ago. Liquidity wick down. But they were self-serving. All you needed was water, and it would just self-serve. That's why you said passive. Because it is pretty much passive. We're still waiting for the Caroline Leavitt press conference. It's not bad. Truly, the machines are around 35,000 each for the smaller unit. 5,000 pumps, 5,000 pounds a day at $2 per pound. 10 pounds. As for the employees, it's like 1 or 2, but they handle the maintenance and inspection. Okay. Ground, if you don't mind, can you get in more detail? Like how often is do you have employees on it? Is it 24/7? Every time the machine's on, you have an employee on standby just for maintenance, and how often do they switch? And then what are you talking about inspection? Does it can't get inspected that often. So how often is that? Made and bagged my ice for my liquor store. Water was very expensive since it uses a lot of water. Oof. I think we may be catching a falling knife here. Low of day at 23,483. Remember that key pivot point at 23,479. That is the gap fill for the day gap. The day gap I showed you guys previously. And that is the previous day close as well, 23,480. So there's a lot of potential at that level. I may have to step in and account there. If it helps, bro, one lesson I've learned is that if you place a trade, just set the stop loss and take partial profits. And once that set to break even line 1 or 2. Yeah, I know. I've done all that. Yesterday was a very good representation of my strategy. Just A contracts, once it gets above the average, you take a couple out, etc., etc. I stopped adopting that for a couple weeks, but I brought that back. Oh, Tom is getting real greedy, eh? Said he was done for the day like twice. He's already itching. He's itching to get back. Trying to scratch and itch, chat. Water falling down. It's falling. Nvidia getting close to flipping red. How is Caroline Levitt not speaking yet? She must be getting briefed by Trump. Look for a Trump tweet. Crown is getting back to the ice machine. Just an overall view of the machine, ensure that is in good condition, changing the filtration system when needed, restocking the bags, cleaning the unit, etc. I could go further, but we would need to do. Yeah, makes sense. No, it's fine, Crown. I'm not really interested just yet. I just wanted to know. Was just curious and bypassing time. But if I was interested, I would take you up on that 100%.
Good afternoon,
Caroline
everyone.
Levitt is speaking.
We have a lot of news today, and I have quite a few announcements for you. So let's get to it. First, on behalf of the President and the White House, we express our deepest condolences to the family of New York police officer Islam, who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of his fellow New Yorkers. As the funeral services are held in New York City today, everyone at the White House is keeping the officer's family, friends, and fellow NYPD law enforcement officers in our thoughts and prayers. The President has always, and will always, proudly stand with our men and women in blue. May God bless Officer Islam and the other individuals who were tragically killed in this senseless act of violence. In other news, President Trump's working visit to Scotland was a huge success. In less than 48 hours, President Trump brokered the biggest, most impactful trade deal in history and prevented a war in Asia for the second time since he took office. We have never had a president who wields the full power of the United States to negotiate good deals for our country and its people like President Trump. This is what maximum leverage looks like. On the peace front, President Trump helped deliver an immediate and unconditional ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia. The two countries were engaged in a deadly conflict that had displaced more than 300,000 people until President Trump stepped in to put an end to it. The president spoke directly on the phone with the acting Prime Minister of Thailand and the Prime Minister of Cambodia
up 200, up 300, up 400, 500, taking two off.
Conflict to an end, there would be no trade discussions or agreements with the United States. Almost immediately afterward, a peace was brokered that will save thousands of lives and allowed for trade negotiations with these countries to resume.
Looking for a bigger bounce. It's rejecting that pivot point.
The president has now ended conflicts between Thailand and Cambodia, Israel and Iran, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, India and Pakistan, Serbia and Kosovo, and Egypt and Ethiopia. This means President Trump has brokered, on average, about one peace deal or ceasefire per month during his 6 months in office. It's well past time that President Trump
waking down.
The Nobel Peace Prize.
Very volatile here. Be careful. Nvidia is about to flip red. Be careful.
I have an update from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who I got off the phone.
Pivot point to the downside, low lower at 23,446.
Huckabee had a very
waking down hard. Waking down hard.
Prime Minister Netanyahu and other officials today in Israel on the topic of delivering much-needed food and aid to Gaza. President Trump is a humanitarian with a big heart.
And with 4 contracts, and with 2 more, and with 6 contracts, looking for a bounce, looking for a bounce. Could just keep flushing. ES is rounding near a pivot point.
Special Envoy
up 100, 200. Looking for a bounce, looking for a bounce, looking for a bounce. Nvidia flipping red. Very risky. We're catching the fallen knife. Very risky. Could have just got out with 600, decided to stay in. And we got to keep in mind the averaging. We're down 600, down 700.
The Special Envoy and the Ambassador will
taking a very big risk, but this is a key level trade. I like the trade. Up 200, up 300, up 400.
Into the region.
We were down 300 in this count. Just remember that.
Once that plan is approved and agreed
we took 2 contracts in profit.
On the trade front, the president secured a historic trade agreement with the European Union that puts America first and fundamentally strengthens
I'm in with 10 contracts. It either goes or it doesn't. I'm leaving it at 10.
In the world.
Moving in here. It either bounces at this pivot point or the count's likely going to blow.
Promises on trade.
Down 10 points.
Supercharging America's manufacturing capacity.
This is the last account I'm risking for today.
Market access to American businesses.
If it doesn't bounce at this key pivot point, I don't know.
That American businesses
I'm stopped trading. I'm done trading today.
Levels of access to the European Union markets to export
down 24, down 3,000. Very volatile.
Also, as part of this
again, we're catching the fallen knife going against trend.
$750 billion in U.S.
down 1,200, down 1,300, 10 contracts long.
Reduce European reliance on adversarial sources and narrow our trade deficit with the EU. The EU will also make new investments of $60 billion in the United States. In addition to the more than $100 billion the EU companies already invest in the U.S.
1,000 way.
All of these massive purchases and investments will happen by the end of 2020.
About to blow.
What we are watching is President Trump rebuilding the greatest economy in the history of the world.
Yes, is tapping a key point.
Simultaneously
we're down 20 points.
So-called economic experts
count likely gone.
At every turn.
This is the last count we're trading today.
Pundits said a trade deal with
very volatile. It's bouncing up.
And beneficial
10 points
to America
down.
Would be impossible, but President Trump made it happen. The so-called economic experts repeatedly said that the American economy would be in a recession this summer. Well, summer is here. It's almost over, and that recession does not exist. Yesterday,
very big bounce. Let's go. Let's go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Go, 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 go.
Quarter increased at a 3.0%.
It's going to bounce 30 points. Up 200, up 600.
President Trump's
little more,
driving economic growth.
Little more.
And this growth is being driven by the private sector, not the government.
Bounce.
Straight quarter, while real business
being a little greedy.
Investment rose by nearly 2% following its first quarter surge. President Trump is right-sizing government spending,
down 900, down 800, down 1,000, down 1,200.
And allowing the
wake up.
The same so-called experts claim that President Trump's tariffs would spike inflation and hurt American consumers.
Gotta take some out, taking 2 out.
Spending growth just accelerated.
Little more.
Inflation remains right on track. For the past 5 straight months, core inflation has come in below market expectation and remains in line with the Fed's 2% inflation target. Meanwhile, customs and tariff revenues have already totaled more than $150 billion since President Trump took office, leading to the first June budget surplus in nearly a decade.
Down 2,000.
Those revenues will skyrocket even further starting tomorrow when new reciprocal tariff rates take effect. President Trump is restoring America's economic sovereignty by reducing our reliance on foreign countries, boosting investment in
it's either going or this count's blowing. I'm at the wit's end for today, so it's either going to do what I want or it's going to blow their count.
The American people.
Either one.
With America finally put first on trade and the largest middle-class tax cuts in history and other pro-growth provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill beginning to take effect, the American
bounce baby, bounce baby, bounce baby, bounce baby
over the course of the next 3.5 years, thanks to the president's vision. Finally, as you all know, the president signed an executive order earlier this year to solve the problem of exorbitant pharmaceutical pricing. According to
down 800, down 400, very volatile. Be careful.
Paying for brand name drugs.
Rejecting that pivot point again, trying to reclaim it.
Other similarly developed nations pay. The president is determined to solve this problem and took further action today. He has signed 17 letters to pharmaceutical companies' CEOs. And I would like to read you one of these letters to the CEO of Eli
Video coming up.
All of these letters will be provided to you following this briefing. This is to the CEO of Eli Lilly from the President of the United States. On May 12th, 2025, I signed an executive order delivering most favored nation prescription drug pricing to American patients to stop global freeloading and guarantee that Americans pay the same prices enjoyed by other developed nations. Right now, brand name drugs in the United States are up to 3 times higher on average than anywhere else for the identical medicines. This unacceptable burden on hardworking American families ends with my administration. Most proposals the Trump administration has received to resolve this critical issue promised more of the same, shifting blame and requesting policy changes that would result in billions of dollars in
we made 1,250 in one account, 533 in one account. We're down 1,000, so that X's out that loss, and we're up 800 compared to that. But then we have 3 blown accounts. Could have been worse today. It is what it is. I could have taken that out, 800 up. Whatever, chat. Whatever. Today is not my day. It is what it is. All right, let's get back to news. All right, we need to rewatch all, re-listen to all that. I didn't hear a word of that.
To the family, patients, and taxpayers, provide for direct purchasing at most favored nation pricing. The president's team, including Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz, stand ready to implement these terms. The president expects to further engage with them immediately in good faith to deliver relief for American families. Make no mistake, a collaborative effort towards achieving global pricing parity would be the most effective path for companies, the government.
I haven't had an Apex account in 2 weeks.
And American patients. But if you refuse to step up, we will deploy every tool in our arsenal to protect American families from continued abusive drug pricing practices. Americans are demanding lower drug prices, and they need them today. Other nations have been freeloading on U.S. innovation for far too long, and it is time they pay their fair share. I look forward to your binding commitments to each of these goals by September 29th, 2025, and my team stands ready to assist with implementation questions. Thank you for your immediate attention to this vital national priority. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Again, to the CEO of Eli Lilly. This letter, in its form, has been designed for each of the 17 major drug and pharmaceutical companies in the United States, and we're happy to provide you the full list. And I believe you will see all 17 letters popping on Truth Social very shortly, so you can look out for those, and I'm happy to take any further questions. Before we get to questions, I do have one other announcement from the White House and from the President. We are proud to announce that the construction of the new White House ballroom will begin. For 150 years, presidents, administrations, and White House staff have longed for a large event space on the White House complex that can hold substantially more guests than currently allowed. President Trump has expressed his commitment to solving this problem on behalf of future administrations and the American.
You see this? Oh man, the market is funny today. It's funny today.
People. The White House is one of the most beautiful and historic buildings in the world. Yet the White House is currently unable to host major functions, honoring world leaders in other countries without having to install a large and unsightly tent approximately 100 yards away from the main building's entrance. The White House State Ballroom will be a much-needed and exquisite addition of approximately 90,000 total square feet of innately designed and carefully crafted space with a seated capacity of 650 people, which is a significant increase from the 200-person seated capacity in the East Room of the White House. In recent weeks, President Trump has held several meetings with members of the White House staff, the National Park Service, the White House Military Office, and the United States Secret Service to discuss design features and planning. President Trump has chosen McCreary Architects as the lead architect, which is well known for their classical architectural design and based right here in our nation's capital. The construction team will be headed by Clark Construction, and the engineering team will be led by AECOM. The project will begin in September 2025, and it is expected to be completed long before the end of President Trump's term. President Trump and other donors have generously committed to donating the funds necessary to build this approximately $200 million structure. The United States Secret Service will provide the necessary security enhancements and modifications. The White House ballroom will be substantially separated from the main building of the White House, but at the same time, its theme and architectural heritage will be almost identical. The site of the new ballroom will be where the small, heavily changed and reconstructed East Wing currently sits. The East Wing was constructed in 1902 and has been renovated and changed many times, with a second story added in 1942. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles has provided the following statement. President Trump is a builder at heart and has an extraordinary eye for detail. The President and the Trump White House are fully committed to working with the appropriate organizations to preserve the special history of the White House while building a beautiful ballroom that can be enjoyed by future administrations and generations of Americans to come. In the White House, we will continue to provide the American public and all of you in the press with updates on this project at whitehouse.gov/visit. And if you go there shortly, you will be able to see renderings and visuals of what this ballroom will look like, both the exterior and the interior. I have provided some photos for all of you in the room today. This is the interior of the ballroom space. It's quite beautiful. And then this is the exterior of the ballroom space. As you can see, it will come off of the executive mansion as it sits today, and the East Wing will be modernized and renovated. We're happy to answer any further questions on that, Jennifer. Since you're so eager, I will go to you, but first, as always, I want to start with our new media seat, Ben Weingarten. Why don't you go ahead, Ben?
Thank you. In light of the release, the declassification of the annex to the Durham report today, beyond any potential prosecutions, the outcomes of which will likely be uncertain, what does the President believe justice for Russiagate ought to entail? Might it include restitution for those whose lives were upended as a consequence of Russiagate, and perhaps a major reorganization of the national security apparatus?
Well, I think a major organization of the national security apparatus, at least here at the White House within the National Security Council, has indeed taken place, and the President entrusts his current CIA director, John Ratcliffe, and our ODNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, to make the necessary changes to ensure classified intelligence, especially that could implement or hurt the national security of our country, does not make its way into the hands of irresponsible actors who want to politicize that intelligence for their own end. Since you brought up the declassification report that was put out by Senator Grassley today, I'm glad you brought it up, because this should be a story every outlet in this room should be covering. This is further evidence that Hillary Clinton approved the Russia hoax against President Trump. Her campaign financed it. Again, she approved it. And the FBI and the CIA were both weaponized to, as our director of CIA has said, accelerate this hoax against then candidate and former President Trump. To answer the heart of your question, the President wants to see justice served, and he trusts the Attorney General and the Department of Justice to implement that justice and hold these people accountable.
One more question, briefly,
Sure.
if I may, on a totally different topic. There's been legislation reintroduced in the House and Senate on designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a
I'm good, Ramil. I'm fine. Losses aren't that big today, even though 3 blown accounts, down 1,000 in the other. It's not big enough for me to get worried just yet.
terrorist organization. The Muslim Brotherhood is considered by many to be the fountainhead of Sunni Islamic supremacism, from which Hamas and other groups have spawned, with a nexus to domestic organizations as well. Does the President support designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization?
Frankly, I'm not sure, because I haven't talked to him, and I would never want
I'm just really mad. I'm very tilted that I mean, I think this is self-explanatory. We were in here. Self-explanatory. And then we had 3 trades that literally in the position, had to stop 10, 15 points. This time it was 7 points. And it literally went up, got us stopped out to the tick, and then had the drop and the move we wanted to the downside and upside. So that's 3 times today, which very rarely happens, but it's just a triple whammy of that today. And then this is we're definitely done trading. We're just gonna watch this news and then wrap it up.
Want to get ahead of the National Security Council on specific designations. It sounds like something this administration.
This is the only day I've had that problem, Gapper. Literally the only day in 53 days. The only day.
Report, but we
So
can
it's just resistance from the devil. That's all it is.
get a firm answer for you. How's that?
Thank you.
Thanks
Also, bad execution on my part, not following the trading plan. If you remember, you know I posted that this is likely going to downtrend after it breaks the range, the downside trend line for the range, and I did not follow any of it. I decided to catch the knife, go against trend all today. So it's no one's fault but my own, but there is a hint of that other element as well.
for being here. Jennifer, go ahead. Eager beaver today.
How much of the East Wing will be torn down? The entire East Wing or just parts of it?
So the East Wing is going to be modernized. The necessary construction will take place. And for those who are housed in the East Wing, including the Office of the First Lady, the White House Military Office, the White House Visitors Offices, those offices will be temporarily relocated while the East Wing is being modernized.
And then on Israel-Gaza, there are some reports that negotiations with Hamas might not be
Top step is frozen. Be careful, guys.
continuing. Did you get any updates from Steve Witkoff on that?
I did. Special Envoy Witkoff is actively talking with our counterparts in Israel.
You guys are in a position. Go to your account. I believe you can close the trade if you're worried about it. I believe you can go to your Top Step account and close the trade.
That, and he wants to give some grace to the president so he can fully brief the president on what he's learning on the ground in both Israel and Gaza. But the president put out a very strong statement on Truth Social this morning, which I'm sure you saw.
Tom, we should be fine. There's no up threshold. You shouldn't have that rule unless it's a random rule that Top Step has. The thresholds are at 2.5% down. It can go up as high as it wants to, but the circuit breakers are at 2.5%, 5%, 5%, 7.5, and 10, depending on what platform you use. So just be careful about that, but we're nowhere near that. So that shouldn't be what's affecting it. It's probably just a platform issue.
And he said the quickest way to end this entire conflict, the humanitarian crisis that we've seen, and the crisis in Israel that, of course, started on October 7th when Hamas...
Mark, I really can't see past these losses right now. The mis-execution is really tilting me. And any advice I give would just be skewed. I'm very, very tilted. And if I push any further, which I'm not, I'm done trading for today. But if I were, I would put significant risk on. And I'd be chasing losses pretty heavily. And I know myself, I know my limits, and we're just gonna avoid all that and come back tomorrow.
Innocent
to
Israelis,
avoid all
that terrible
and come back
terrorist
tomorrow.
attack is for Hamas to surrender, to release all of the hostages, and to end this conflict. And that's what the president wants to see. He's made that very clear. But the special envoy will be in Gaza tomorrow, as I shared with you previously. Josh.
Tom, it could be a rule. It could be a rule that Top Step alone has, but it shouldn't be. The only rule and threshold breaker I know are the circuit breakers in the stock market. 5%, 7.5 for TPT, I believe, and 10% down. Only down. It can go up as high as it wants.
A little more clarity on the tariff timing. You said that the reciprocals will take effect tomorrow.
Yes.
Does that include the new auto rates, for instance, on Japan, Korea, the EU? Is this all coming effective tomorrow?
So the countries, some of the countries you just mentioned, Japan, South Korea, they have bespoke trade deals that the president cut, which, just to backtrack for a second, Josh, we promised that the president would negotiate with countries all around the world to cut tailor-made trade deals depending on those countries' challenges, how badly they've ripped off the United States of America and our manufacturing industry and our workforce in the past. And he has done that. Of our 18 major trading partners, 2/3 of those trading partners have a deal. We've sent out 17 letters to countries around the world. And the rest of those countries that either do not have a deal or have a letter, they will be hearing from this administration by the midnight deadline tonight. So yes, tomorrow, August 1st, the reciprocal rates will be going into effect. If more deals are cut between now and midnight, I will never count out the president. You've seen him do it before. He cut 3 deals in one day very recently. So we'll see what happens. I do know foreign leaders are ringing his phone, realizing this deadline is a real thing for them tomorrow, and they're bringing offers to the table.
And we were reporting that the president wants to meet David Solomon of Goldman Sachs today. Can you say what they'll discuss, if anything, in that meeting?
I won't discuss the president's private meetings from this podium, and it hasn't taken place yet unless he gives me liberty to do so.
And finally, have you talked with the president about his position on the stock trading ban bill before Congress? He obviously had pretty loaded comments about Senator Hawley. There's some reporting that they've since spoken. What is his position on the current status of that bill?
The president has spoken to Senator Hawley, who called him, and the president took that call. As the president said in the Roosevelt Room yesterday, conceptually, he of course supports the idea of ensuring that members of Congress and United States senators who are here for public service cannot enrich themselves. And the reason that this idea to put a ban on stock trading for members of Congress is even a thing is because of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, she is rightfully criticized because she makes, I think, $174,000 a year, yet she has a net worth of approximately $413 million. In 2024, Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio, this was a fascinating statistic to me, grew 70% in 1 year in 2024, and her portfolio outperformed every single large hedge fund in that same year, and even more than doubled the returns of Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. So I think the president stands.
Nancy Pelosi. She's speaking about Nancy Pelosi, supposedly the greatest trader in the world. Yeah, okay.
With the American people on this. He doesn't want to see people like Nancy Pelosi enriching themselves off of public service and ripping off their constituents in the process. As for the mechanics of the legislation and how it will move forward, the White House continues to be in
Nancy Scamosi
discussions with our friends on Capitol Hill. Emily, in a new seat today.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this report that the president wants to host a G20 meeting at Trump Durrell. How is he going to do that, considering all the preparations that have been going on in South Africa? And also, would that be seen as his businesses possibly profiting from hosting this kind of meeting?
I would reject that premise entirely.
Her husband has pretty significant gains in his portfolio too. I wonder why. Definitely no insider trading. Definitely not.
We have announcements and details.
They're just the greatest trading couple in the world. I believe he has a financial background, a stock background, but still, I mean, come on. I mean, really.
Forthcoming on the G20, but my understanding is no firm announcement is ready to be made at this time. I did see the report, but we're not in a place to confirm it just yet.
Michelle, just on the...
She just sees the stars align. She has the correct star sign, and she just sees it, and her intuition takes her to click the button, hit the money, and just make the bread.
Logistics for imposing those. Does the president have to sign an executive order?
All the stars.
Tonight? What's the timing of that?
Yes, and he will be signing an executive order at some point this afternoon or later this evening. And as always, we'll keep you posted when that happens, and it will be released from our office.
And there's some of these countries that have they all had contact with U.S. officials, or are there some countries that are going to get letters that have had no opportunity to negotiate with the United States?
Well, there's a lot of countries that I know have reached out. I believe it's upwards of 200 countries around the world have reached out to the trade and tariff team. Of course, as I said previously and the president said, we're going to prioritize our key trading partners, which we have done. Like I said, of the 18, 2/3 of those we have cut these tailor-made deals with. But I do know that the trade...
Is Top Step up?
Team has been working around the clock to try to be in correspondence with as many countries as possible, but if they haven't heard from us yet, they will in the form of a letter or an...
Oh, good point, Adrius. Good point. Maybe Nancy Pelosi is using Gapper's crystal ball. Top Step is supposedly back up as well.
Executive order by midnight tonight. We'll go to the back. Sure, go ahead. In the back left.
Thank you.
Amanda, yes.
Thank you very much. I have a talk ask about the U.S.
Amanda, you can go on.
U.S. and South Korea tariff negotiations. At the tariff negotiation between South Korea and the United States concluded yesterday. President Trump stated on his SNS, Truth Social, that he would announce the specific details of the investment in the United States at the South Korea United States Summit in 2 weeks. My question is this tariff negotiation a final agreement or is further negotiation necessary?
Well, yes, as you know, the president met with representatives of the Republic of South Korea here at the White House yesterday, and they did, in fact, reach a deal. And South Korea will pay a 15% tariff rate, including 15% on autos, while providing historic market access to American goods like autos and rice. Korea will purchase $100 billion in American energy by 2028. And the centerpiece of this deal is that South Korea has agreed to invest $350 billion at the president's direction to revitalize American industry. 90% of those profits.
Gapper says Nancy Pelosi ain't using mine. Mine is wrong 25% of the time, while Nancy and Paul are right 100% of the time. True. Though you're in flow state today, Gapper. I don't know if you've noticed, but you're in flow state, my friend. You are crushing this market. Getting shorts, getting scalps, hitting profit targets, TPs. You are killing it today, my friend. I've seen in chat 30 points, 65 points, 55 points, 45 points, 20 points, 10 points, 15. Taking partial here, taking partial there. You've been killing it today, my friend.
Profits will go to the United States government to help pay down our debt and for other matters at the president's choosing. So it was a very successful meeting yesterday.
When is set up the further U.S.-South Korea summit day?
I'll get you something on that. I don't have it at my fingertips. Okay, Amanda.
Thank you, Caroline. There are a number of congressional Republicans who have raised the alarm about the fact that roughly 80% of pharmaceuticals are either manufactured or their precursors are manufactured in either China or India. There are some pieces of legislation, some recommendations, which include either onshoring, nearshoring, or friendshoring, those components of that. Do you know if the president intends to throw the weight of the executive behind that?
I don't have any updates for you at this time. I do have an update on our EU trade deal. I stand corrected. It's not $60 billion in investments. It's $600 billion in investments. I want to make that very clear. And I personally watched the president behind closed doors with the European president in Scotland negotiating this deal. And he got the most juice out of that squeeze that he could. And he was constantly looking out for America's interests. So I just wanted to clarify that one point. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. For the countries that don't have a deal yet, should we be looking at the April 2nd chart at all? Or is he negotiating and talking about having a set tariff rate, 10%, 20%?
Those discussions are taking place with the trade team today, and again, we'll provide further guidance with that executive order once it is signed, and the answer to that question will be in that executive order.
Is he looking to provide any more extensions today after his phone call with Mexico? Is there any other conversations like that?
I do know that other foreign leaders around the world have reached out, and if the president decides to share the conclusions of those calls with all of you, he will do so himself. But I do want to reiterate what the president said about Mexico. Mexico is still paying tariffs. They're paying a 25% tariff on fentanyl, 25% tariff on cars, a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and copper. And additionally, Mexico has agreed to immediately terminate its non-tariff trade barriers, of which there are many. And as the president said, we will continue to talk to Mexico over the next 90 days with the goal of signing a larger trade deal. The key to this, again, is Mexico has agreed to terminate those non-tariff barriers and to continue to work with us in good faith. Mexico is a very unique situation of all the other countries around the world because, of course, we share our southern border with Mexico, which we've seen an increase in cooperation between Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum and our administration on clamping down on drug trafficking and human trafficking at the southern border. We appreciate those efforts and will continue to work in good faith and to continue to have these trade discussions as well. Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Just clarifying on the previous question. President Trump has indicated he's been looking at either 15% or 20% baseline universal tariff? Has he landed on one of those yet?
I won't get ahead of the president on that baseline announcement.
And then secondly, what did Treasury Secretary...
You guys talking about my forehead. You guys talking about my forehead.
Secretary Bessent mean yesterday what he called the new Trump accounts for newborns, a quote, backdoor to privatizing Social Security. Does the administration view this new Trump accounts as a way to, in the long term, perhaps privatize Social Security?
What the Secretary of Treasury was saying, and what this administration believes, is that these Trump newborn accounts, which is an incredibly creative and great provision that was in the One Big Beautiful Bill for newborn babies and families and future generations of Americans, will help supplement, not substitute, Social Security. The Trump administration is wholeheartedly committed to protecting Social Security. The president did it in his first term. He's doing it again in this term. But these newborn accounts are another revenue stream for young people to watch their money grow throughout their lives and to one day be able to access those funds so they can hopefully build a home and live the American dream. Jake.
Just one follow-up on tariffs and then one not. Is the president at all considering extending the August 12th China deadline at all? Is that in consideration?
So look, on China, you heard from the president on Air Force One when we were returning from Scotland. You've heard from the Treasury Secretary as well, Ambassador Jameson Greer. They just spent 2 days in Geneva for their third round of talks with China. And the current policy, the current trade program that we have going with China right now as it stands will decrease our deficit.
She's married with a billionaire husband, introvert, billionaire husband with a B, and has a child.
By $5 billion this year. So we are moving in the right direction when it comes to China. And Secretary Bessent and Ambassador Greer continue to be in direct communication with our Chinese counterparts.
Is it an extension on the table potentially from the August 12th deadline as it stands?
I don't think so, but I'll let the Secretary of Treasury speak on that because he's leading these negotiations. Reagan, go ahead.
Thanks, Carolyn. There's growing frustration that more of Trump's nominees haven't been confirmed. Why does the president think Senate Republicans are so behind, and has he had any further conversations with Leader Thune about it?
The president has had many conversations with his friends in the United States Senate about advancing his nominees, his judicial nominees through this process. It is critical that we get these good attorneys in these positions so that we can end the weaponization of justice, so we can have true law and order in our country. It's unfortunate the Democrats are playing political games, but the president has made it clear to Senate Republicans they need to do everything in their power to advance the president's nominees as well. Kelly, go ahead.
Caroline, thank you. 2 questions real quickly.
Sure.
Nigeria. Congressman Chris Smith, Republican from New Jersey, is calling upon the president.
I believe she's in her early 30s or late 20s. I think early 30s. And he's up there. He's like 40 something, 48, 54. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's up there. He could even be 60. I'm not sure.
President of the United States to do something in terms of imposing perhaps sanctions on Nigeria for the persecution of Christians living in the northern part of Nigeria by radical Islamic groups. Has he contacted the president yet? And do you know if there's any action that the president will take?
I'm not tracking a call between the president and the head of Nigeria. I know the president wholeheartedly condemns the persecution of Christians or, frankly, of people of any faith all over the world, but I don't have any updates for you in terms of sanctions in this part of the world.
My second question, Caroline, deals with immigration here in America. As you know, a lot of deportation has been going on. ICE has been going after violent criminals that are here illegally, and rightly so. In the midst of that, there are some evangelical pastors who are stating that it may have gone to a point of being indiscriminate and actually getting innocent people like members of the...
Holy shit, how loud can you type, woman? She is slamming that laptop.
...clergy. Has the president and has ICE looked at that to see how they can actually...
I do that too.
...go after those violent criminals, but also make sure that members of the clergy are still not being deported?
Well, look, the administration has always maintained the position that anyone who illegally crosses our nation's borders is subject to deportation. That's just the law of the land, and we must be a nation that enforces our laws. But the priority from ICE, of course, is to deport, detain, arrest, and remove violent illegal aliens and criminals from our country. And they have been doing that at the rate of thousands of illegal violent criminals every single week, especially in Democrat-run sanctuary cities where these illegal violent criminals have been given a safe haven and have essentially been immune from our nation's laws under the previous administration. That's not happening anymore because of this president and Secretary Noem in the Department of Homeland Security. And we are going to be a nation of laws. And as we've said,
Tom says those fake nails add decibels. So true. They're plus.
repeatedly, if you came here illegally, you are subject to deportation, but the priority are those public safety threats that we must remove from our communities.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions. So what Hamas hardens its position and Israel provides aid? Do you have any new information on the hostages that need aid too? And second question, we heard President Trump criticize President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer for their statement about recognizing a Palestinian state. What is the...
Who has money? The woman typing furiously? Maybe her parents, maybe.
President position on recognizing a Palestinian state, and will he recognize Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria?
I can answer both of those questions for you. On the second question about a Palestinian state, the president expressed his displeasure and his disagreement with the leaders of France, the United Kingdom, and Canada. He feels as though that's rewarding Hamas at a time where Hamas is the true impediment to a ceasefire and to the release of all of the hostages. So to your first question, the president wants to see all of the hostages released. He cares deeply about this. He has met with many of the former hostages, many of the families of those who have loved ones who are still being held hostage in Gaza. I have met with them too. It is absolutely devastating what these poor people have been through, and the president is always thinking about them, and that's why he's designated his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who's doing a tremendous job to release the hostages and to end this conflict. But the president has always said the last remaining hostages, now there are 20 living hostages in Gaza, will always be the hardest because Hamas is unfortunately using these innocent people as bargaining chips. But nevertheless, we are committed to seeing this come to an end. Elizabeth.
Thanks, Caroline. Part of the settlement with Brown prohibits it from performing transgender procedures or prescribing hormone puberty blockers, that type of thing. Will eliminating these types of procedures be a priority for the Trump administration in negotiations with other universities?
I can tell you that ending the chemical castration of children in our country is a priority of this administration. We've talked to many of these universities about it, but the president has also taken very strong action to cut off the funding for any medical institution in this country that provides those barbaric procedures. The Brown University agreement, since you brought it up, is yet another win to root out anti-Semitic behavior on our nation's college campuses and unlawful racial discrimination. Brown has agreed to no longer allow unlawful racial discrimination in admissions or university programming. They have agreed to provide access to all relevant data and information to rigorously assess compliance with its commitment to merit-based admissions, and they will pay $50 million over 10 years to state workforce development organizations that comply.
I can see the TikTok DJ edits already. Boom, 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 boom.
With anti-discrimination laws, supporting regional economic growth and career opportunities. Brown will also adopt the definitions of male and female from President Trump's executive order, defending women and gender ideology extremism for women's sports, programming, facilities, and housing. Brown will no longer perform gender reassignment surgeries on minors or prescribe them puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. And Brown will take steps to improve the campus climate for Jewish students and combat anti-Semitism on their campus. This is yet another huge win for American students and for those who love our country and want to abide by our country's laws. On the topic of defending women from gender ideology extremism and helping women's sports, the president will be signing an executive order at 4 o'clock today with some very famous professional athletes whom I'm sure you all know. And that executive order will be focused on strengthening athletics in our country and making America healthy again. And we are going to re-implement the presidential fitness test in America's America's schools, which is, I think, something all Americans can get behind. So you'll hear from the president in 2 hours, and we will see you all there. Thank you.
Presidential fitness test, eh? What does that entail? What is I want to know the limit. I don't like using Wikipedia, but we will use it. The Weber test, we all know what that is. Is it really just that? Hold on. Gotta go to AI, not searching through all this. When I have AI. Quick snap this. Presidential fitness test was a national physical fitness program in the U.S. public schools from the late 1950s to 2013, aimed at assessing and promoting youth fitness. They got rid of that? Oh, shot. Initiated by President Dwight Eisenhower in 1956, it was spurred by concerns over American children's fitness compared to European peers, highlighted by the Krause-Weber study. The test, formalized under President Lyndon Johnson in 1966, included exercises like pull-ups, sit-ups, a 1-minute mile run, shuttle run, and sit and reach to measure strength, endurance, flexibility, agility. Students scoring in the top 85th percentile earned a Presidential Physical Fitness Award. Criticized for its military-style approach and potential to shame less athletic kids, it was replaced in 2013 by Presidential Youth Fitness Program, which focused on health and lifelong activity rather than competition. President Donald Trump announced its revival in 2025 via executive order. He is signing that today at 4 p.m. after market close. I actually like that. We have a very, very, very big morbid obesity problem in the United States, and this could get us one step further. There'll be a lot of resistance to this, so much resistance, because the average person in the U.S. is getting into the overweight territory, obese territory. I believe like 55% or 64% of the population, or something staggering majority, are again obese territory, if not already there. So there's going to be a large pushback on this. You may see protests in schools, and just kids may not participate in the shorter term years, like the years 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028. Then it'll start ramping up, more participation. It'll start becoming the norm. It could take half a decade for it to get fully normalized, but it's definitely a net positive for sure. Hey, Proper Trader, they disabled my 2 pro accounts. They accused me that I took trade opposite side. They are so many people in Trustpilot had the same problem on their pro account, something wrong. They accused me that I took trade opposite side. What do you mean, funny? Expand. Did you trade too close to news? When you're funded and you get into Pro Plus, you need to keep in mind the news. Not sure. Just expand on that. Used to happen when I was in elementary school. Students do push-ups, sit-ups, and running tests to achieve rewards. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I have the 5% 5K account. News trading is risky. I mostly avoid trading news. Yeah. Me too. I find news, especially Fin news, it's just manipulation, propaganda. True. Aqua funded. I'm a middle school teacher, and obesity and laziness is rampant. Oh, 100% Snipes. 100%. When market opens again 6 p.m., who thinks it's going to skyrocket up? I don't know. Tom thinks it would make sense. We formed lots of liquidity highs during the way down. Shadows on a 50K account. Introvert said, yeah, bro, how I passed their 2 phase in the first. I was in a deep loss phase 1. I was in negative 250. Then I approved my strategy, stopped trading on news. And now I'm in the profit in my actual funded account, 700. Good job, introvert. Solid stuff. Good stuff, man. Funny, expand if you're here. Funny, expand on what you mean by they accused me that I took trade opposite side. Expand if you can. Expand. NQ testing yesterday, Dumplo. Shadow had 150K and 4 50K accounts expressed, but blew it after my first payout, and I restarted, and I ended up passing 1 50K account. Good stuff, Shadow. Hey, highs and lows. Trading highs and lows are serious. We're going through a little dip. Personally, I'm going through a little dip these last couple weeks. Hills and valleys, chat. Highs and lows. Nothing in life is consistent and stable besides what you choose to do. You can only control the controllables. What time you get up, what time you go to sleep, your actions throughout the day, your willpower, your motivation, your determination, your just consistency. That's the only thing you can personally control. Your actions, if you work out, if you don't work out, if you go for a run, if you eat that donut, if you shove that donut in your mouth, or you don't shove that donut in your mouth. If you decide to drink water only, if you decide to splurge on some soda, it's all your decision. You eating that piece of candy before dinner, you eating the ice cream after dinner, before dinner, the desserts, the cookies, it's all your decision. And all in your personal control. You can only control so much in life. You can control the controllables, but the majority of life is uncontrollable. So many things can happen, and life just becomes out of your control very rapidly. You can only control what you can control, chat. May not make sense, but people have been through stuff like something happens to your family, everything's out of your control, and you gotta go. I mean, you gotta prioritize stuff, and most of life is like that, especially in your adolescence, teenage years, formative years. Most of your life is controlled and out of your control. But once you start getting into routine, it starts becoming more controlled. But even then, one thing could happen, they get spiraled, and just gotta stay consistent, willpower, discipline, etc. About the TPT, if he was group trading, if one account found a copy in order and then he sold a contract, it would copy it as a short position on the copy account, which would mean there would be longs on one account and shorts on the other. Oh, funny. Are you copy trading? I don't copy trade accounts. That would make sense. Good thinking, Mark. I didn't even think of that. He's copy trading and the copy trader malfunctioned and he hit long and one account went long, the other did not. Then he went short and both accounts hit, or it glitched weirdly again and the one was still long and the other short. That might be a problem. I trade TPT. I usually take 15 to 30 micros. Shadow, really? I thought you only get 2 to 5 contracts on 50K, no matter micro or mini. I believe that's only a problem. I'm not sure. I'm out of my depth. I don't copy trade accounts, so if that is the problem. Thomas, that's hedging. Okay. Gapper says if bulls don't step in by tomorrow, NQ may see 23,000. Gapper rubbed his crystal ball and is predicting 23,041. NQ waking lower and lower, lower and lower, lower and lower. Been a very interesting day, chat. Very interesting day. Funny, clarify. Take profit trader, they disable. Oh, never mind. No, he don't. That's the same one. I'll have to look that up. No, not a prediction, just bear case analysis. Okay. You gotta specify, man. Everything you say, especially just a number, we think that's your prediction. You hold great power, great responsibility, Wagwan Gappa. Wagwan Gappa. You hold great power, great responsibility when you rub that crystal ball. Appreciate you, Ramel. Appreciate it. Good night, good night, good night. I was talking with the CEO of Take Profit today. It was an issue he was talking about with trade copiers. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't have that problem because I don't copy trade. I trade one account at a time. Which today, if I didn't, it would have been a very rough day. Even more so than it was. Down she go. Testing that pivot point, 23,309. Pivot point below that, 23,276. Yep. Nvidia is now down 1.65%. Google's down 2.3%. Tesla's down 3.85%. Meta is still holding 11.7% up. Microsoft is still up 3.88%. Amazon is still up 1.4%. Apple is down 0.6%. Microsoft, Netflix is down 0.88%. MicroStrategy is up 1.9%. Palantir is down 1%. GameStop is down 0.1%. Costco is down 0.5%. Alibaba is up 2.7%. AveGo is down 3.9%. AMD is down 2.3%. QCOM is down 8.3%. Adobe is down 1.9% on the day. Voyager Technologies is down 4%. Robinhood is down 3.65%. Crypto, Bitcoin is down 0.3%. ETH is down 1.3% on the day. Sol is down 0.92%. XRP is down 0.6%. NQ futures are sitting down on the day 0.65%. ES is sitting down 0.4%. The dollar is sitting a little up 0.08%. The VIX volatility index has spiked to 17. As it's going down. It's spiking up 10% for the day currently. The Dow Jones is down 0.65%. The Russell 2000 is down 1.2%. Okay, very bearish. Very bearish stuff. Okay. There's no more news on the docket that I see. Could randomly happen. Trump could tweet something, etc., etc. Trump will be signing an executive orders on the presidential fitness test to resume in schooling at 4 p.m. after market closes. Also, we have Amazon Q2 earnings 2025 after market today, and Apple Q3 2025 earnings for Apple after market at 4:30. Also, Apple earning call, Amazon earning call at 5 p.m. Tomorrow, Friday. U.S. tariffs start tentative, meaning they can move up and down depending on what Trump wants to do. But August 1st, they do begin. So we'll just have to see how the market wants to react. Most people are going to avoid tomorrow. We are going to trade at least briefly for a couple hours, maybe an hour, 2 hours. And then we'll take our 2.5 day weekend. I'll probably still be working, but at 8:30 a.m. EST tomorrow, we have U.S. average earnings year-over-year, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate, average hours, average work week hours, average earnings month-over-month, private payrolls, government payrolls, manufacturing payrolls, labor force participation, all at 8:30 a.m. EST. At 9:30 when market is opening, Exxon earning call, and then at 9:45 a.m. EST, U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI final. That is happening tomorrow. And then at 10 a.m., U.S. ISM Manufacturing PMI, University of Michigan Sentiment Final, Construction Spending, ISM MFG, Prices Paid, Employment Index, University of Michigan 5-year inflation, 1-year inflation, Expectations Final, Conditions Final, 11 a.m. EST Chevron earnings call. So it is a docket-filled day, especially with the tariffs coming tomorrow. Market kicked our butt today because I did not follow trend. Give a brief synopsis. I literally predicted what was going to happen before market started when it was gapped up 160 points, 300 points before market closed. And just didn't change conviction, didn't adapt, and didn't follow what I said. Predicted what the market was going to do multiple times today. Just didn't go with it and was going against trend the whole time. Didn't join trend. And it's 100% on me. We will be back to battle the stock market tomorrow, chat. Tomorrow. Appreciate you, Miguel, Thomas. Appreciate you guys. You guys still support. We still have an amazing community, even in the dark moments. We are on a different, starting to downtrend a little bit overall the past 2 weeks, but we'll get it back. I'm going to introspect a little bit off stream and maybe write a synopsis for the insiders. I'll post it on the YouTube post. May do it, may not. I'll definitely introspect a couple hours from now. After I work out, go swimming, shower, I'll introspect a little bit. I will be live tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST. Make sure you guys tomorrow, I'll be live tomorrow. Make sure you guys persevere through resistance. We will persevere through this resistance no matter what hills and valleys. We're in a little valley right now. We'll start edging up again. It's constant highs and lows. Just got to adapt and stay consistent. Willpower and discipline will handle the rest. Persevere through resistance, chat. Do not fear the unknown. Do not fear missing out. And there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Miguel, you want a Christopher emoji? Oh boy. See you guys. See you, Tom. See you, Gapper.